chased the days away. Yeah, away. Why listen to what they say? Save yourself for another day. This one's coming, it's gone to the wind again. Yeah, again. Again. Just listen and make amends. You've been down for as long as you've ever been. This weighs up, but you're down again. It's just like you to pull off what you thought you couldn't think today. The lost stranger, the wonder familiar face. Broken hearts made of pieces that shake. I've had one too many of them. So now repeat. Just like snow came on, we drift to the edge. Just like snow came on, we drift to the edge. Just like snow came on, we drift to the edge. Just like snow came we drift to the
Yeah, let's do it again.
All right.
Paint away day and night, 6 hearts hope I'm okay. is what I think. I will drown in pain. Yeah. Paint away day and night, 6 hearts, hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pain. Yeah. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pain. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. Nothing is what I think. Yeah. 'Cause I will drown in pain. Oh. Hey, I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. You, I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, I just wanna change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. You, I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Yo! What up, Tuesdays? Welcome to the nightmare, bro. I've got no place to be alone. There's your answer. You better save yourself or else. Nothing like success. I would rather be in hell than regret. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh. Do you need anything like I need you? You know I do. Let's go, Marshall! Yes! I did see that, brother! These are not my words. Tell me where are mine? Most of the time. With reality and permit me to breathe before I do it again. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh. Do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Let's go. All right, we're going to do a quick guitar solo, and we're going to get into it. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go! Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? All right, here we go. Dude, I actually have some thoughts about the passport thing. Dude, I do. Hold on one sec. Let me get the recording going here. Oh shit. Nope, that's not what we want. We want that. Thank you. There we go. So I tweeted something earlier today about the passports, because like now it's just getting ridiculous, right? He's putting his name on buildings and accounts. He wants to put it on money. Now he's going to put it on passports, and they're trying to name airports and all this shit. But the thing about this, though, is that I don't think any of it matters
right? Because what we know that I am certain of is that most of the world despises Donald Trump because he's weak, he's thin-skinned, he is a degenerate, he doesn't respect women, he doesn't respect anyone, right? He's corrupt, he's abusive, he is a rapist, he is a felon, okay? And he's not smart, not talented, not a good president, not good at anything really other than like saturating the media with himself and just being somebody who pushes his way into everybody's space. But at the end of the day, guys, Donald Trump, most of the world fucking hates him. Nobody respects him except for, you know, a small amount of Americans, but most of the world has zero respect for the man, and they are going to celebrate when the pine box arrives. And Donald Trump knows it, okay? He knows this. He knows that everyone despises him, and it shatters him. He is so desperate to be loved and to be enamored that he like plasters himself everywhere, and he grapes himself into all of our psyches because he so desperately wants to be like loved and held in high regard. And he's not. And he knows he's not. And so for all of his petty little control of like plastering his name on shit, we know that he is so empty and so fucking miserable that he will never enjoy a single day on this planet. For the rest of his life, he will not. He will not enjoy a single day. Even when he wins, he is going to be sitting there feeling like a feckless, empty fucking loser. And like that, knowing that I know that, and you know that, and he knows it, is in its own way kind of satisfying. That knowing that he's fucking miserable, okay? Knowing he's miserable and knowing that he knows the world is going to celebrate when he's finally like not around to harass us and grape us anymore. And I take comfort in that, guys. I do. I take comfort in knowing that the people who attempt to abuse me are unhappy, are miserable, are unsatisfied, because like I don't go through life that way. I go through life like not quite the opposite of that. And so fuck him. All right. Fuck him. Dude, Donnie. Yo, Donnie. Yo, you know that I know that you know that everybody hates your dumb ass. Yes. Quit shitting your fucking diaper. All right? And God damn it, quit being an ornery rapist. All right? Go get some fucking therapy. All right? You dumbass. Fuck yeah. Dude, Trumpy. Oh, shit. All right. Dude, let's go. No, I mean, guys, it really, like, when you see somebody that is that messed up, you can take solace in the fact that they're just miserable. No matter how much money he has, no matter how much power he has, he's fucking miserable, guys. He is. He never knows peace. Never. That man never has a minute of peace. And good. He doesn't deserve it. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't deserve it. He does not deserve it. He is probably one of the emptiest human beings on the planet. Now, that being said, let's look at some of this shit, dude. Because, all right, we're going to start with James Comey, okay? We will start with James Comey, guys, Okay, dude, what? I mean, this is crazy. Okay, I don't know if you read this, but if you looked at the Comey thing here, if you just look at the first page of this, okay? Look at the first page of this, guys. This is one of the most embarrassing legal documents that I have ever seen in my entire life. And we are going to look at Todd Blanche leading the charge on this. But, bro, they're indicting James Comey for the seashells. All right. Now, whatever. They got an indictment. They're going to go through the rigmarole. Nothing is going to come of this. I have been going all day with these MAGA influencers saying, dude, you guys want a $50,000 bet? Let's go. I will take that money. Okay. I will take that money. Let's go to the RuPaul clips. We got to look at Todd Blanche. I mean, to me, guys, this is a sad day for America. Okay. It is. I mean, dude, Trump has done a lot of pathetic shit with J6 and lying about the election and being a rapist and being petty. But for this, guys, the fact that, was it Hasan? Maybe it was Hasan who was covering this. It may not have been Rupar. Yeah, it was Hasan. All right. So the fact that we have one of the biggest CSA cases on the planet with Epstein, with wealthy, powerful men who spent decades abusing young girls. And we have one of the most monumental and important cases in the history of, in recent history at least, okay? At least since Watergate. The Epstein situation is the biggest legal case since Watergate. And we've essentially just buried that case and just tucked it away, not even pursuing it. And in its place, Trump's personal lawyer, the very man who's hiding the Epstein case, has spent 11 months creating a case trying to prosecute James Comey for the Comey seashells. Okay, let's look at the image. All right, here you go. Ready? It's the Comey seashells. Here was the image. All right, let me find the actual Instagram post. Because he did an Instagram post, okay? And there it is. Where it was some seashells that said 8647. And Comey said, cool shell formation on my beach walk. All right. Is it tasteless? Sure. Right. But dude, as somebody who has worked in the restaurant industry and the bar industry for, 25 years, when you 86 something, that means you're out of it or the person is removed. They can't come back in. You kick them out of the place. If you 86 a customer, that means they can no longer come in your establishment. If you 86 a food item, that means you don't have any more. You can't serve any more of it. There is nobody that uses the term 86 to mean killing a person or harming a person. Nobody. Right? I mean, dude, somebody may write that in a mobster script or whatever, but it is not commonly used. Nobody, he wasn't talking about removing it. And what's more, there are other people Jack Posobiec and other right-wingers. They made T-shirts that said 8646 about Joe Biden. But anyway, let's watch his little announcement here. Okay, here we go.
District of North Carolina returned an indictment against James Comey on 2 counts. The first count is that on or about May 15th of last year, he knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States.
Dude.
Count 2, same day, May 15th, 2025, that the defendant, James Comey, knowingly and willfully transmitting in interstate commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill the President of the United States. Both of these counts carry a maximum term of imprisonment
Dude.
of 10 years.
Dude, look at this guy. Look at this guy. This guy looks like he has a fucking claw hammer so far up his ass that he hasn't shit since like 2023, dude. Look at him. Look at, dude, kaopectate motherfucker, bro. Dude. Yo. Yeah, no, this is political punk here. Dude, you need to get some kaopectate in pronto. Dude, look at him. Yes. No. The big bottle. Yes, bring a plunger. Yeah, you're going to need a plunger. I would bring like several trash bags, maybe a cucumber. Dude, some duct tape. You're gonna need 4 trash bags, a cucumber, some duct tape. From the looks of it, goddamn, dude, you better take the weekend off. All right. Yeah, bring a tarp. All right, bye-bye. Dude. Jesus. Dude, look at him, bro. Look at him. But guys, look at the first page of this indictment. Okay? Look at the first page. Okay? Because it says, on or about May 15, 2025, James Brian Comey Jr. did knowingly and willfully make a threat to take the life of and inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States, in that he publicly posted a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of an intent to do harm to the President of the United States. Like, guys, that line, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of an intent to do harm to the President of the United States, that is one of the most laughable lines I have ever seen in a legal document. And we have seen some doozies, okay? Trump's legal team puts out some of the most bogus lawsuits. But that right there, can I just tell you, even Republican lawyers, okay, even the most staunchly MAGA Republican lawyers look at that line and the cringe is going to be off the charts because they know that it is the most ridiculous fucking thing you have ever seen. Again, here's the post. Cool shell formation on my beach walk. So, first off, Trump doesn't even use Instagram, okay? If it was a reasonable threat to the president, don't you think he would have put it on the site that Trump uses? Trump doesn't use Instagram. It's a public Instagram post. Cool shell formation. Dude, like, come on, bro. There is just nothing about this that is legitimate, boss.
A federal grand jury in North Carolina. This is over this controversial Instagram post from last year, which was later deleted. Comey shared a picture showing these numbers, 8647, written in seashells on the beach. President Trump and some members of his administration claimed that post was a threat against the president. Comey has not released a statement since today's news. We expect to hear from the Department of Justice this afternoon.
All right, now Comey did release a statement, which we're gonna look at. Dude, it is fucking redonkulous. And again, the guy who is the head of the DOJ, okay? The guy who is the head of the DOJ, guys, is Trump's personal lawyer. Okay? It is Trump's personal lawyer that is spearheading this. All right? This is like, wow. All right, here he is. Look at this, dude. Look at this. Look at Nick Sortor. James Comey has issued a response to a grand jury indicting him on 2 felonies. Comey made clear he has zero remorse for dog whistling his followers to kill President Trump and portrays himself as a victim. Dude, so he's like, he is implying, Nick Sortor is implying that this was a signal for Comey's Instagram followers to go and murder Donald Trump. All right. Hold on. Go. We gotta fucking, you ready? We do, guys, have to look at this. Okay? This is one of 2 tweets that Jack Posobiec did. He did this like every year. Once a year, he would tweet this. Okay? And there are shirts that say 8646. And right, if we were to do a Twitter search of 8646, let's see, right? We got Posobiec, right? We'll see if anybody else has engaged in this, right? I know Posobiec did it multiple times, right? He was a big one. They made shirts, okay? They made shirts. There were shirts made that said 8646. And so I don't imagine there's going to be, right? There's some of these sample shirts. These things were made. So like, you know, there were Trump voters that were buying this, which means like, hey man, like, are they going to go and arrest all the people that created these shirts? Right? Are you going to arrest all the people that wear these shirts? I mean, dude, give me a fucking break. But anyway, we digress. Let's watch Comey's statement here.
Well, they're back. This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago. And this won't be the end of it. But nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary, so let's go. But it's really important that all of us remember this is not who we are as a country. This is not how the Department of Justice is supposed to be. And the good news is we get closer every day to restoring those values.
That's right, dude. By the end of this year, guys, we'll be 2 years away. And what's more, we take back the House. And we will be restoring it even earlier because the investigative arm of the House come January will be full force on Trump. But dude, yeah. Well, what's crazy about this is like, I can't wait to see this shit, dude. Dude, I know, dude. Dude, right? Remember the Trump, what was the Trump, the Trump tailgate post? Trump posted this, okay? Trump did, right? Look at this, guys. Huh. Yeah, what is that, bro? Look at that, dude. Dude, Trump posted that shit. Like, fucking ridiculous. Right? Fucking ridiculous, boss. So, I mean, somebody's asking about Comey and Epstein. So, I want to give you a little talk about Epstein, guys. Okay? Now, I don't know how the FBI works. I don't know if they go and just look through every case file. But what happened with Epstein, you have to understand, guys, that the Epstein case was a local case, okay, that first happened in 2005 to 2008, okay, in Palm Beach. All right, there was an FBI tip line, right, in 96, but like, right, there was an FBI tip, but a single FBI tip out of the blue, like, doesn't necessarily, like, inspire a full investigation, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, the FBI gets like 100,000 tips a year, okay? And so when somebody calls in and says somebody, oh, this guy is like abusing people, and then the FBI goes and checks and is like, that guy is like in the upper crust with fucking, you know, whatever. They look at it, they don't see anything, they leave it alone, right? You know what I mean? But the first credible Epstein thing, I mean, I'm not excusing it, but the FBI, like, they do get 100,000 fucking tips. And when they get one tip about a powerful person, they're going to go look at it. And if they don't see any information of it, they're just going to move on and assume that it's just a fucking random tip, you know, because it was a woman who called in. I'm sure they fucking looked for about 5 minutes and saw who the associates of that person were and like just left it alone, figuring it was bunk. All right. I'm not going to fault them for that necessarily, you know, because I mean, I would like to think that they would follow up every lead like that. But realistically, having known people who are private investigators, the amount of tips that get called in by crazy people is like pretty extraordinary. So I don't really fault them with that. But let's look at what happened, okay? So Epstein got investigated in Palm Beach from 2005 to 2008, okay? Then with Alan Dershowitz and the local DA down in Florida, they just kiboshed the case. And so the police that prosecuted that case, that investigated it, called the FBI and said, hey, man, something's going on. We have this case, and like our own people are burying this shit. And so the FBI came in, and this was 2007, and the FBI came in and fucking, they had a 56-page indictment, and then Alex Acosta buried that thing. Boom. That thing was gone, non-prosecution agreement. It was just signed, sealed, and delivered and buried. Now, somebody made that call, guys, okay? That 2007 decision by Alex Acosta, somebody in the U.S. government made that fucking call. And that, like, that right there, whatever situation, the guys that made that call, like, that should be, like, punishable, okay? Because they had a lot of shit. I mean, despite the Maria's case, G-Moo, it didn't matter. They had like 40 victims, okay? They had a massive international crossing to the Virgin Islands, interstate trafficking. It was like, even without Maria Farmer and calling about Annie, that was a massive, like, forever imprisonment case for him and all of the people, okay? Somebody made that decision, all right? And we don't know. We don't know who, right? I mean, somebody's got to know who, right? Somebody's got to know who. But once that decision was made, that shit was buried. You know, and maybe it was James Comey that made that decision, right? I don't know. We don't know. Maybe it was like, we have no idea. It could have been James Comey making that decision. But that, like, doesn't justify some bullshit fucking rap on this guy. If this guy made a decision like that, then prosecute him for the decision he made. You know what I'm saying? But you're not going to make up some fucking bullshit that doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me a fucking break, right? It's you know, that is fucking bullshit, right? Release the Epstein files. Trump is never going to release the Epstein files, because if Trump releases the Epstein files, him and all of his friends will end up in fucking prison. right? But after that shit got buried, though, everything pretty much disappeared until Virginia Giuffre's lawsuit, right? That shit got like signed, sealed, locked up, and disappeared until Virginia Giuffre sued Ghislaine Maxwell. And then a bunch of the victims sued the federal government for violating the Crime Victims the Crime Victims' Rights Act, and they won. And then those two things opened up all of that unsealed shit and at least mentioned that that sealed stuff existed in public court documents. And then it fucking opened shit up. But dude, somebody made that decision. You know, somebody made that decision. And maybe it was Comey. Maybe it wasn't Comey. I mean, dude, like Comey is part of the reason why Trump got elected. Okay? That is factual. Without Comey and that opening the email investigation to Hillary Clinton, I don't think Trump gets elected. So Comey helped Trump get elected, and here we are. I mean, isn't that weird? You know, I mean, it's possible, guys. And I've thought about this, okay? I have thought about many possibilities here, okay? And you ready for this? Here's a possibility that I want to run by you, okay? What I want to run by you, okay? Refusing to show my stream. I don't know what that's about, unknown, but it shows my stream on a lot of home pages. So you should just follow and turn noties on, right? But I don't know why you're not getting it, but you're definitely the exception because most of my traffic comes from the homepage. So I don't know. I don't know what you're doing, boss, but you need to fix your shit, bro, if you're missing me. But anyway, so what I would like to say is this, guys. Here's a theory I have, okay? You ready? My theory is this. My theory is that there was a power greater than the head of the FBI that prevented the Epstein case from moving forward. And that James Comey knew about the existence of the FBI files, okay? And that he didn't destroy them, okay? Like I feel like there's something going on, if I were to guess, that Comey knows what's in those files and he didn't get rid of it. And maybe he even helped Trump win because he knew that Trump winning would be the best chance of that shit coming out. Because guys, let me just tell you, okay? If Trump didn't win the presidency, I'm telling you right now, guys, if Donald Trump did not become president, nobody would have ever heard about Jeffrey Epstein. I shit you not. The only reason that people heard about it was because Trump won the presidency. All right? At that point, Trump was such a investigative figure that everybody was going to fucking look into this shit. You know what I'm saying? If Trump didn't win the presidency, even with Virginia Giuffre's win, it wouldn't have been a national story, okay? A guy molesting women is like a story, but this is America. There's so much misogyny here. That kind of shit happens every day. Nobody really fucking cares about it. But when it was the guy was the president's best friend, all of a sudden it elevated it to a national issue. It's like the same with Eric Swalwell, right? Once he ran for governor, the women are like, fuck, we're coming forward now, right? Because now people will listen. They'll hear us. I'm telling you, it's like crazy. But fuck Comey, dude. I'm serious. Fuck that guy. And like, fuck Trump, though, too. what I don't like about this though more, okay? What I don't like about this more than you know, the whatever, the Comey and Trump and all that shit. What I don't like is I don't like the president and his personal lawyer fucking like attacking people, you know, on bullshit charges. That I don't like. That feels dangerous to all of us. You know what I'm saying? It really does. I mean, it's dangerous to think that the president and his personal lawyer are, you know, because Todd Blanche is not the attorney general. He is Donald Trump's personal lawyer who was put second in charge until Trump fired Pam Bondi. And now his personal lawyer is running the DOJ, and the guy never passed a Senate confirmation, you know? And so Trump and his personal lawyer are now like pursuing these insane investigations. It's pretty, I don't know. It's pretty sobering and frightening to think about. Like, you know, and I mean, think about all the other shit that we have going on. Brendan Carr is, you know, suggesting fucking, right? Brendan Carr is fucking, like threatening the broadcast licenses of ABC and shit, you know? I mean, it's crazy. You know, it is, dude. This shit is nuts. Yeah, in the UK, you've grown accustomed, people, but Trump has ruined that talking point. Dude, it is like, I mean, this shit is pretty alarming. Now, to be fair, okay, to be fair, like the MAGA people felt like Joe Biden was directing for Donald Trump to be arrested. However, Merrick Garland was not Joe Biden's personal attorney. I don't believe Merrick Garland had ever been involved with Joe Biden legally. Merrick Garland was a lawyer that was destined for the Supreme Court until the Republicans fucked over our Constitution and prevented Obama from appointing him until they decided to try and pull a heist on the U.S. Supreme Court, which is why, guys, I feel, you ready? I feel like we have the license to win the presidency in 2028 and to expand the court and be like, fuck these guys. Like, kill the filibuster, nuke the filibuster, expand the court, and take it back. Why? Because they did that. They literally did it. They hijacked the fucking Supreme Court. Okay? They hijacked the Supreme Court. And so I feel like we have every right to take the Supreme Court back and hijack it right back. You know, I don't think there's a problem with that at all. I mean, they disrupted hundreds of years of precedent in order to, you know, manipulate the court. You're afraid of nuking the filibuster? I mean, I'm not. I say fuck it. Because here's the deal. You ready? You ready? Here's why I'm not afraid to nuke the filibuster, guys. Because eventually they're going to nuke it, okay? And we're just at a standstill. At least if they nuke the filibuster, then people can fucking pass a bunch of shit and something will happen. At least there will be motion, and it can lead to a war or it can lead to peace, but it will lead to something, okay? You know what I'm saying? It's like, but having it and us perpetually being frozen is like, is just fucking bullshit, right? I think we should win by a sizable margin, declare a mandate, nuke the filibuster, start solidifying legislation, expand the Supreme Court, and just bomb through it. And that's it. And then wait for them. I mean, if they want to revolt and get out their guns and, have an armed rebellion, let them do it. And then we'll deal with that. I don't think they're going to do shit. I think MAGA are, like, for the most part, they're clowns. And they're not going to do shit. Okay? They're going to cry, right? They're going to cry. They're going to post through it on Facebook. But, I mean, I think that would be some interesting shit. And I mean, there's going to be, you ready? There's going to be a once in a lifetime opportunity here where Donald Trump is going to expand the presidential power, okay, to the point of, right? Donald Trump is going to expand the presidential power to the point where an incoming Democratic president will have a once in history time to do some very powerful shit. Like, 2028, I'm telling you, if the Dems and the leftists and the people on the left fuck this up, okay? If we fuck it up in 2028, man, then I don't know what to tell you. At that point, like, right? At that point, if the Dems and the centrists and the leftists can't get together and just pick a candidate in fucking 2028 and get behind them and defeat these guys, then we deserve to be punished by an authoritarian government. That's how I feel about it. If we can't come together and just get any fucking Democrat in there in 28 and get both houses of Congress, then we deserve to be, like, imprisoned under an oppressive government. We deserve it at that point, I mean, it's seriously. It's like at that point, you got to say, all right, what are we fucking doing? Let's just get to the 2026 midterms. Let's get to it, right? Dude, like, there's only so much that you can, because it's pretty easy to just vote for the person opposing the Republican, right? I mean, it's pretty easy. You go in November of the election year and there's like two candidates, and all you have to do is everybody that doesn't want that really bad candidate goes in and selects the other candidate. It is like the easiest fucking shit. Okay, defeating Donald Trump should have been the easiest fucking thing. All we had to do was all get in there. Everybody who doesn't like Trump, go in and vote for the person who's not Trump. It's the easiest fucking thing in the world. We failed the easiest take-home test ever, right? Because we were worried about purity tests, or we let our personal feelings get involved, or we got mad at the party, or we got mad at our candidate, or we got mad at our neighbors, or we got mad at the system. But it doesn't matter, right? You know what I mean? Like your people don't need to be deserved. Like, you know what I mean? Like for example, you ready? Think about this, guys. Let me give you an example. Say I work at a job, okay? And listen to me. If I work at a job and there's two people vying to take over the country, okay? There's two people vying to take over the company I work for. And one of them is a despicable rapist and the other person is not. It's like, I can be mad that this isn't the perfect person. I can be mad at the company. I can be mad at my employees. I can hate my fucking life. But I can tell that anybody would be better than the despicable rapist. Anybody would be better. And so it is literally a no-brainer, okay? I could put aside all of my personal feelings. I could hate the Democratic Party and still vote against Donald Trump, okay, in a way that defeated him. I could do both of those. I could hate the Democratic Party, put them in power, and then tell them how much I hated them and work my ass off to make them hear me roar. And I could have simultaneously prevented Donald Trump at the same time. I mean, those things are possible. And that's what I did. That's what I did. But what I don't understand is people who didn't do that, okay? People who didn't do that, like, I don't understand anybody who didn't do that, who didn't just vote for not Trump, and then after they get somebody elected to then deal with how much they hate their party and then take it up with their party and protest and create obstacles and be a pain in their ass, threaten to ruin their administration while they're in power. I mean, guys, ruining an administration while they're in power is the best way to ruin their administration, okay? Like getting a party out of power, you only really make them more money, generally. Like, generally, the party that is out of power, it has more angst flowing through it, okay? There's a much better chance of, right? Like losing and being defeated is like, and fighting against this enemy is way more, usually you find more money and there's more like ancillary profits and being a loser. You know what I'm saying? And just telling people, yeah, but so the thing about this though, Bingewood, is I think, like, you know, it's irrespective of like just telling, you know, we didn't have to have Trump. We didn't have to have this damage. We chose this, okay? Us on the left. And we can blame the Democratic Party, or we can blame, you know, the voters, or we can blame the centrists, or we can blame the leftists, but we did choose this. We chose to, like, put ourselves through Trump. You know what I'm saying? We all chose it. Everybody on the left that decided not to unite and just defeat it chose it. You know what I'm saying? And that's fine. So here we are. Here, we got what we chose. Now we'll see, though. Now we'll see. We'll see what happens in 2028. Is like, are there going to be people who are going to have a pissing match with the Democratic Party again, and they're going to end up with J.D. Vance? Or are they going to wake the fuck up and they're going to get somebody in there and then pressure a party in power? Because, guys, it's like you can't pressure your party when you're not in power. And you don't seem to understand that. If you don't have any power, you don't have any leverage to pressure your party. You know, you don't. You can't, when you're a loser, you can't pressure them. Right? You can't. You can only pressure a party when they're in power. That's it. That is it. Okay? That's why, right? You know what I'm saying? That's why. That's why everybody protested Palestine when the Dems were in power, but as soon as the Dems lost to the election, nobody protested for Palestine anymore. Did you notice that? They weren't out protesting at Kamala Harris's house. They weren't out protesting at Hakeem Jeffries' house about Palestine, right? Because the party had no power. You may have noticed they only protested when the party was in power, because that's the only time you have an impact, okay? If you get your party out of power, you're never going to move them. Elf, I'm sorry for not being active. Let's go. And I don't know how many elections you guys need to lose before you figure that out, but you will figure it out eventually. Dude, let's go. Dude, I appreciate you, Elf. Dude, you're crazy, Elf. Thank you, boss. Let's go. But again, 2028, I will say this, though, guys. It's like, I don't care who the fucking nominee is in 2028, all right, the presidential nominee. Anybody who is not supporting our presidential nominee in 2028, I'm going to be fucking booting their ass. I will be kicking them out of this fucking chat. I will tell you, if you're not supporting the primary winner in 2028, you're gone. And I don't fucking care. I'm giving you fair warning. I don't care if we're not there yet. Hear it now. Know full well. There will be a primary winner in 2028. I don't give a fuck who it is. And anybody who fucking shits on that person during the fucking election is going to be gone. And unapologetically, I'm going to love it too. I'm going to love it. I'm going to enjoy it. It's going to be like, at that point, I think either we come together in 2028 or the people who don't want to be part of the Dem party can get the fuck out and go get their own party. That's what it's going to be. We're going to come together, or you can get the fuck out and go start your own third party and have at it. Go get some power. Show us how it's done. All right, go get your third party with your magical, perfect fucking, platform that's going to win you every election, and show us how it's done. All right? That's my philosophy in 2028. Be forewarned. All right? Be forewarned. If you haven't gotten banned by then, right? Because some people may get banned before then. Because I'm tired of argumentative fucking clowns. I'm a Democrat. And I am not ashamed of it. All right? I'm not. I like the party. I want to make the party better. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, shit, baby. I don't like challenge. Hey, Bingewood, dude, put your money where your mouth is, boss. Go win some elections. Go build a party, boss. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you seem to know better than the Democratic Party. Show us, boss. Right? Show us. That's just it. Everybody who knows better than the Democratic Party, they never show us. They never show us, dude. They don't win shit. They don't. They just flap their gums, and then they blame the Democrats. Yeah, they flap their gums, and then they're like, oh, the Democrats did it. Oh, they didn't do this. Oh, they didn't do that. Hillary didn't say the right thing. Kamala didn't say the right thing. Oh, she picked Tim Walz, but she didn't do that. She didn't say that. Yeah. Yeah. And then they never win. Let's go. Oh, shit. Oh, baby. Dude. Let's go, baby. Dude. But they won't ever start their own party because they're too chicken shit. Right? They are. Because they know they have no infrastructure. They know they have don't really have as much support as they think they do. Right? Which is weird. I mean, I think we could all get together, but that's just me. I think realizing that we're not all going to get what we want is okay. We should just get together and fucking defeat the opponents. And then when we have power, pressure our leaders. But guys, that's been my number one complaint, is that I feel like a lot of times American voters try to pressure their party at the wrong time. Guys, I'm telling you, this is something I've seen a long time. Let me just tell you. So what happens is the party wins, and then everybody gets relaxed and they back off, and then they sort of assume things are going to be great. And then a couple of years in, they realize the shit they wanted to get done is not getting done. And then they start freaking out. And I'm I feel like what you have to do is you have to get a candidate in there, and then you pressure. It's when you win is when you protest, and when you fight, and when you show up, and when you badger your representatives. And you know what I'm saying? When your party has power is when you show up and flex. And it's weird because mostly we fucking, we save our protesting for election years, and then we destabilize our shit, and then the other party wins, and then we have no power, and then we complain that our party that we just helped lose is not getting anything done, and they're not standing up for us. And it's so self-defeating. Elf says, I'm not saying that I didn't vote. I'm saying I didn't call or go door-to-door knocking for the last small election cycle. Let's go, Elf. I think Elf brings up a good point, guys. Let's look at Elf's message here. I think what would be even better would be if it went beyond voting, but if we actually got involved, right? That would be really amazing, right? Like if we actually, if we actually went and like door knocked for all our candidates or you know, did voter sign up drives and shit, if we actually participated, I mean, you know, I mean, for me, guys, you know, for me, I just looked at it as, I've always looked at it as harm reduction, okay? That knowing that even if I hate the Democratic candidate, if he or she wins, life for many people who don't have my level of privilege, their life will be a little bit better, okay? A little bit better, you know? And what's more, I'm not confident that if the Democrats, if I were to make the Democratic Party lose like 10 election cycles in a row, I don't think we would end up with like happy socialism. I think we would end up with Bibles shoved up our fucking ass, and many of us would be in work camps. I think realistically, if you really want to change the Democratic Party, you have to run for office. You have to get in there, right? You, like, us screaming at our elected representatives is never really going to do that much. You have to run and you have to be the change. Like, that's the realistic thing. Like, if I really want to change the Democratic Party, I'm going to run for office. I mean, because you're never going to change it from the outside. You can only change things from the inside. That's just reality. You know, it's kind of like with me when I was trying to get sober. None of the people around me who wanted me to be sober were ever going to make me sober. I had to do it from the inside, guys. Change happens from the inside out, not from the outside in. That's just how it works, okay? You don't, like, nobody on the outside, no matter how much money they bribe me with or how much pressure they applied or whether they let me end up on the streets, nobody on the outside was going to fucking, like be able to, like, get me sober. I had to change from within. And like, you know, so, I mean, if we really want to change the government, like, we have to get in there and fuse with it, you know? You know what I'm saying? That's just it, right? That's just fucking, you know, that's just how it goes, man. You know what I mean? It is. You wish Hasan, Mehdi, or Kyle would run? Yeah, I would like, I think personally, I've said this before, I think Hasan running as a socialist and then showing, like, in fact, that with his platform and with his, like, belief in all this shit that he could win the voters, like, that would really, like, change the party in a profound fucking way. But I think he's afraid, though, because he knows if he ran and he lost, it would potentially destroy his fucking career. Like, he has a very staunch career as being above reproach. But if Hasan ran for office as a socialist and he got beat really bad, it would make everybody realize, oh shit, maybe everything he's saying is not politically accurate. Like, so I think it's really dangerous. Like, if he lost that election, his career would take a massive fucking hit. You know what I'm saying? You know, they already cover him like he's the president. Yeah, but so I don't know. I don't know about his media coverage. Like, I've wondered how much of that his team is involved in, because he is, like, you know, Hasan is from a very wealthy family, a very powerful family, granted from another country, but I don't know how much of the media influence is spurned on by Hasan's team, right? Because he is even his rise, he networked, like, ferociously in the first couple of years. He was like, he's a really good sort of, like, capitalist grower guy, right? You know, I know he's got socialist beliefs, but the way I watched him build his stream, like he's profoundly keen on his capitalist methodology on how he became like famous and powerful, right? Really smart, you know, like an excellent capitalist for a socialist, like really good. He did it all right. Like even in his first year of streaming, he did collabs with like all of the right people. He used his access through his uncle and his connections to collab with like all of the right people. And then he, you know, used some really controversial things that he got banned for as like pulpits to expand his reach and his sort of like street cred. I mean, he's really fucking, you know, very skilled at like knowing which fights to take that are going to expand his empire, so to speak, right? I mean, I've often looked at him in a little bit of awe of like how like what an adept capitalist he is. You know, it's like, I'm like, why is a socialist such a good capitalist? dude. But I mean, he does have he comes from a family of wealth and long time political like power. So I think he's got some really good like voices in his ear, like when he can call people, and like he's got some really skilled, you know, like profoundly successful political and wealthy people in his family to be like, hey, if I wanted to accomplish this, how would I do it? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I think if you have people that have built wealthy empires, you have a much better shot of building your own empire because people know like steps to take and pitfalls, you know, to fucking, you know, to like, I think it's helpful. You're only really as good as your mentors, really, you know. Saying that takes away from his power. I mean, dude, you don't know who's a paid shill. Like, that's just it. When you say, like, so-and-so is a paid shill or whatever. Like, I mean, realistically, guys, and this is not aimed at Hasan or Brian Tyler Cohen or anyone, but, like, you'd have to look into people's stock portfolio to really understand where their money is. You'd have to look into their stock portfolios and their real estate holdings and like whatever wealth they're getting from family. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, thinking like Hasan is out there some self-made renegade who's like is ridiculous. I'm not saying he's a fucking paid shill, but he has like an extraordinary amount of connections. You know what I'm saying? And like even through his uncle. You know, when, you know, but like, I mean, saying somebody's a paid shill, you don't know who's a paid shill, right? We don't know. Just like without seeing people's stock portfolio, like you don't even know who's adjacent to like the genocidal shit. You know, there's fucking, I don't know, shell companies and trusts and all kinds of shit. It's like, it's hard to tell who's connected to who. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying though, I think it's interesting how people get like, here's what I think is interesting. You ready? I think it's interesting how some people get the benefit of the doubt and some people don't, guys. Okay. And I think that's interesting. Okay. Because like, you know, with me, I mean, I mean, and we could have this argument forever, right? But like, I like Hasan's politics and I respect his aggressive nature, but like, I thought the dog got shocked. What I saw, that dog got shocked, but there are people who will just insist there's no way. But I looked at the footage and I'm like, dude, that dog got shocked. And I'm not going to hold that shit necessarily against somebody because people who discipline and train dogs, they do that shit. But like, he gets the benefit of the doubt, man. but some people just don't, you know, and that's really interesting how some people get the benefit of the doubt and some people don't, you know what I mean? But I mean, I saw him very angry at a dog moving around and he reached over and then the dog winced and the dog, that paw was not caught on anything. That dog was like, I've seen that shit before. And it was like, yeah, that definitely, you know, it was like, whoa. But like, dude, like a whole bunch of people gave him like the benefit of the doubt where they're just, he is such a, you know, a powerful, like romanticized figure that some people were just absolutely would not, you know, there's no way, right? And it's like interesting. It's like, you know, it's not as perverse as like the MAGA Trump shit, but it is, you know, he has a reverence that is like profound, you know, it's like a real star power, you know, where like, I feel like he can go way out of bounds and he always gets the benefit of the doubt. And some people don't, man. I don't know. I looked at it with a little bit of reverence because, you know, I got famous in the gaming world, but I was one of the people who didn't get the benefit of the doubt. Like I was always getting like rabidly attacked and most of the gaming community would think the worst of me. You know what I mean? Even, you know, and like, I don't know. It seems like he has a real rabid, like Hasan has a real rabid fan base. Rabid fan base. I know peeps attack him, but his fan base are like attack dogs. Like I get attacked by Hasan fans a lot, and they're pretty cruel. I'm not saying all of them. So I know a lot of fans of Hasan that are great, you know, but like, it's just the thing, like the thing about Brian Tyler Cohen, right, is like Brian Tyler Cohen, his fan base doesn't attack me. He doesn't have a rabid fan base. Okay. Like if I piss off Brian Tyler Cohen's fans, they're not as rabid. Like if I piss off Hasan fans, they really are severe. Like they say some nasty fucking shit. They're like militant and aggressive, and some of his fan base are aggressive and hurtful. And like, you know, I like, you know, I don't love that, right? I don't love that, you know, and I don't really, you know, I don't see him like corralling that necessarily, you know? Right? There are two kinds of shock collars for dogs. Dude, I mean, the dog thing, like, dude, I saw a dog get disciplined by an angry person. And, you know, that like, I mean, I'm not going to judge somebody for doing that because people discipline dogs all the time. You know, that's like, that type of stuff is how people train dogs. You don't believe in idolizing people? Yeah, no, I agree with that. But, you know, it's interesting though, guys, how some people get the benefit of the doubt and some people don't. You know what I mean? It's like, it's fascinating to me. And I have a, dude, so Hitchens, when you say stop being out of touch, dude, I've watched hundreds of hours of Hasan, okay? I followed him online. I've like near revered the guy as I moved into politics, okay, Hitchens? I am not somebody who just never sees Hasan and talks out of, I'm literally a political streamer because of that fucking guy. So don't talk to me about being out of touch or the fact that I'm unaware of Hasan. I literally, look at my fucking stream. My fucking stream is modeled after him with the chat above me. Even the arrangement of my fucking stream is like partially Hasan, and the bottom part with the political punk is like from Lance of the Serfs. Like my stream is arranged from like in the way that Hasan's was arranged because I like idolize how he fucking, you know, like crafted his way from gaming into politics. Like, give me a fucking break. Okay. I am not like senseless about who he is and what he is. I've studied his YouTube and his Twitter habits and like watched how, like, who he fights with and who he doesn't. And it's informed how I fight online. Like, I paid a lot of attention to that guy because he had a meteoric rise and he's like aggressive like I am. I am very aggressive. I am not a David Pakman. Okay, I am much closer to Hasan than I am to David Pakman, right? You know what I mean? Like, but he's like, he's got a media machine, guys. You know, like for example, let me just tell you one thing about Hasan. Okay, in the recent media exchange, Hasan said, "Oh, I don't run ads anymore." Right? He was saying, "Oh, I'm not greedy. I don't run ads," but like. That's a half-truth because his political content can't run ads on Twitch anymore. In fact, I got banned on Twitch fighting with the fucking CEO of Twitch over the political ads because they made a category that made it so me and Hasan and anybody who was an aggressive, in-your-face political streamer could no longer monetize. So the thing is Hasan can't monetize ads on Twitch now because of that incendiary political category. The same reason I couldn't monetize. So that was like a little half-truth of him being like, oh, I'm not trying to get rich. But like, I mean, now he could move to YouTube and build a thing there and of course make more money on YouTube. So yeah, he is choosing to stay on Twitch where there is no ad money, but that's a little bit of a half-truth, right? That's a little bit of like, you know, a little media savvy of him playing to his audience. And he's very good at that. You know, and I mean, even like with his trips, he goes to China and Cuba. He goes to like the communist countries. So he's kind of playing the little communist socialist vibe. You know what I mean? Oh, he's always been on YouTube, but he doesn't stream on YouTube. He has YouTube videos. I mean, he's just really sharp, dude. He's sharp, boss. I mean, you may notice too, he is sharp. Like, He like sometimes he'll dress in a way like depending on who he's talking to, he will alter his style to present. Like if he's going into an environment where he wants to look like the nerdy professor, he'll wear a jacket with like the elbow pads and shit. I mean, he is very calculated, dude. It's admirable. Dude, Elf, let's go. Oh, dude, I love that shit. Dude, I do. I respect that shit. I'm just, you know, he's just really crafty at working that PR shit. And I've always wondered though, guys, if it's him or if he has a team. Okay. I wonder what his team is like, you know, because I've suspected that he has a team of like well-versed political handlers or whatever that like, I don't know if they're family people or whatever that have like, you know, advised him on, you know, some of the steps to take because he's so like effortlessly calculated, you know, because a lot of times people have teams, guys, you know, when you have a team, you don't announce it when you have a team, boss, you know, that destroys the mystique, but he's fucking good, boss. He is clever. Right? Dude, let's go. Hitchens, welcome back. MAGA hate him. Dude, I don't think MAGA actually hate him that much. I think the Republicans think they can swing, use him to damage the Democratic Party in the middle of America with independence. That's kind of what I see playing out. Is I see that like the Republicans are like in particular, just hear me out on this and see if this plays out. Okay. But what I see, guys, is I see two things happening. I see a right wing and the MAGA people trying to A, portray Hasan as an extremist, and B, to simultaneously make it seem like he is the future and the cornerstone of the Democratic Party, even though the party doesn't really like Hasan that much. The right-wingers are trying to make Hasan seem like the new king of the Democratic Party so they can use his perceived extremeness. I don't think he's that extreme, but they can use the parts of him that people think are extreme and try and slant that to middle America to say, look, that's who is going to be running the Democratic Party if you vote for Democrats. And that's what I kind of like. I think we're going to see some of that in the elections. You watch. There's going to be PR campaigns where they are going to, the right wingers are going to try and associate him as like the ringleader of the Democratic Party. And then they're going to try to scare middle American independents about like Hamas. And they're going to talk about 9/11. They're going to use that comment about 9/11 and they're going to play that shit up. That is why, guys, you ready? Listen to me. The Democratic Party, and I want you to hear me on this. I know you guys hate the Democratic Party, but I don't think the Democratic Party hates Hasan. I think they're more worried that if he is perceived as an extremist, which he is by some people, if he is perceived as an extremist, that they're afraid that if the Republicans make it seem like he is in the center of the party, that it's going to cause them to lose elections, okay? And that is what they're worried about because there's a constant refrain in America about how bad socialism is and communism and the violence from these radical extremists. So it's not like the Democrats hate Hasan. It's like they're worried that like, oh, they're going to portray him as extreme and then they're going to make it seem like he is the king of the Democratic Party and they're going to try to sink us with a perceived extreme nature of him. And that's pretty common. That's a pretty common, you know, the Republicans have been doing that in some form for a while. They really have. That's been part of their game is to associate somebody as an extreme figure and then try to make it seem like that extreme figure is the Democratic Party. And so therefore you got to vote for us because at least we're not extreme. But it's like, it's not, dude. I mean, it's bullshit, but it's effective on low information voters. Okay. People that are just like, I mean, you see this. Tell me you see this, guys. You get online and you talk about taxing billionaires or even raising minimum wage, right? If you go online and talk about raising minimum wage, a bunch of people will be like, Big Mac's going to cost $30 if you raise minimum wage. And it's like, bro, in Denmark, minimum wage is higher and Big Macs are cheaper. Like, yo, shut the fuck up, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude. It's like, dude, it's fucked up, bro. It is so like American voters. All right, segue. Dude, I'd love to talk about Hasan all night. I am still studying Hasan. Just so you know, I study a bunch of YouTubers, guys. The ones I study are Hasan, Keith Edwards, Adam Mockler, Brian Tyler Cohen, Luke Beasley, David Pakman, The Vanguard, fucking Kyle Kalinske. He's my favorite, without a doubt. Francesca, Crystal Ball, okay? The Majority Report. I study a lot of people. I'll say it went up 8 points after campaigning with Hasan. The attacks, it will backfire. Let's go. Yeah, but so Jay, the thing is El Sayed went up 8 points, and I think that's amazing, but we do have to look at Michigan, okay? Michigan has a robust Muslim community, okay? Michigan has a robust, in Detroit, they have a group of like, you know, farmers. There's a lot of progressive politics in Michigan. I hope El Sayed wins. I do. I think that would be a great victory. But we can't extrapolate, you know, El Sayed in Michigan. That doesn't mean El Sayed would win in Kansas, okay? Right? You know, same with Mamdani. Mamdani wins in New York, but we got a road before Mamdani's going to win in Iowa, okay? I think it's possible. I just think we have a bit of a road. You know what I mean? But I love him. Why would you be scared of eliminating tax deductions for cooperations and free healthcare? So Kia, let me just say, I can't speak to why everybody is scared, but I want to give you the healthcare thing in particular. Everybody hates insurance. Everybody knows insurance is bullshit, but everybody also is familiar with what the insurance landscape looks like. So it's like, even though they don't love insurance, Medicare for all or nationalized healthcare is scary. There's a lot of fear around it, and people haven't been able to assuage the fear. So people are like, man, I'll stick with the familiar shitty thing that I know how to navigate, as opposed to the crazy brand new thing that may completely fuck me over. And so what we need, you ready? If we want to get the nationalized healthcare, we need people who can take the fear of it away. That's what we need. Now, there's other reasons where, in particular, if you look at black voters, for example, black voters are nervous about like Medicare for all, because they know if the money's short and if there's going to be some bad care or some people who do have to wait 2 months for office visits or people who do get denied, it's going to be the black people that get denied the care, while the white people are all going to get the care. So the black people are nervous, and understandably so, because they know if there is anybody who falls through the cracks, it's going to be them. Okay? And so they want to vote for it with some kind of assurance that they're not going to be left behind, because they get left behind on everything. Okay? When you look at Brooke Rollins running around saying, hey guys, we lifted 4 million people off of food stamps. Okay? You know who lost the food stamps, guys? Not the white fucking MAGA voters in Kentucky. The people that lost food stamps were people of color. I fucking guarantee it. Okay? And the poor, who are also more often in America people of color. But they didn't kick the white rubes off of food stamps in fucking Kentucky. Not at the same rate. Like they always like, you know, the black people always get hosed first. So they're like, you know, they're like, oh, they're nervous about it. Okay? They're nervous about it. And understandably so, you know? And so that's why, like, I believe we can have nationalized healthcare, but what we need is we need people who can remove the fear. Okay? We need people like spearheading that are like able to bring it to people where they're not afraid of it. And that's really challenging. You know what I'm saying? That is really challenging, guys. It is. It's really fucking challenging. But so, you know, dude, Elf, no way, dude. Dude, Elf, you're going crazy, boss. Oh! I genuinely like your son and Jenny. This is for her. Please don't spend it on a hat. I won't, dude. Let's go, boss. Dude, Elf, you're amazing, bro. Dude, somebody called for a dance party, dude. All right, let's do it. But anyway, guys, you ready? Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. I want to segue. All right. And again, guys, I know there are Hasan fans in my audience. I do want you to know that, like, I don't hate him. I don't consider him a threat. Okay. I mean, I may have some issues with him and how he does his platform, but I'm filled with admiration for him too. I'm filled with admiration for Keith Edwards, Brian Tyler Cohen, Adam Mockler, Midas Touch, all of the successful fucking creators. I admire how they navigate their path, and I study them, and I try to fucking, you know, grow from that, right? But that doesn't mean I don't have issues, because I have issues with all the creators too. Really, I do. I have little issues or little like, I wish they wouldn't do that, but we all have that. But I recognize that me and Hasan are on the same side, okay? And I'm a little nervous of how the right wing is going to try to manipulate the PR that Hasan's getting and to try to use that to harm the Democrats. And I hope that Hasan and the Democrats, that we can all get together and counteract that, okay? I really do. But I want to move on now, okay? Because I do want to transition to something that's important about the MAGA voters. Because we blame a lot on the Democratic Party or MAGA or even Trump, and there's a lot of blame to spread around on the parties. But guys, at the end of the day, we have a distinct problem here in America, and it's the fucking voters, okay? Our problem is the fucking voters. And so we're going to look at some MAGA voters that have regretted their vote for Trump. And I think we have to look at some of this shit because we have to realize how many Americans are uneducated, are completely politically illiterate, they're low information, they vote on single issue and or like stupid vibes. I don't know. I didn't like the way his shoes look, right? You know what I mean? And they have like too many people in America have enough privilege that they're unaffected no matter who wins, AKA the white people. So we have a bit of an electorate problem, okay? Of people who defend billionaires, defend the insurance companies they hate, right? But you got to look at like these fucking people, dude. Let's look at these guys. This shit is eye-opening, bro. Oh my God. You ready? You just prepare yourself, okay? Because what we're about to walk into is like, it's gonna rattle your brain, okay? I am giving you a disclaimer, a trigger warning that you may want to go punch a wall after we read some of this shit, okay? Because it is, dude, it's bad. All right. It's hard. Let me find it. Okay. So here it is. So it is this story, right? Let me get to the whole story here from the New York Times. Okay. Finish this sentence. I'm feeling blank about the country these days. All right. And so here's what they say. Frustrated. These are all Trump voters. Okay. Pamela, 65, white Republican from Tennessee, says she's frustrated. Francesca, 26, from Washington, mixed race independent who voted for Trump, says she feels betrayed. Okay. Alla, 51, Alabama, white Republican, says she's worried. Okay. Disappointed, surprised, betrayed. 12 Trump voters on what has gone wrong. Okay. All of these are Trump voters. They're not all MAGA. Okay. They're independents. Some of them are MAGA. Some of them are Republicans. Well, let's look at some of the shit they said, because I think we have to, at some point, we have to acknowledge that we have an electorate problem, first and foremost. I mean, if we had a better electorate, we would be, we would be capable of making a lot more demands, okay? But anyway, all right, here we go. 80% of Republicans approve of Trump's performance, but his national standing is dipped, especially among independents. That leaves plenty of people who voted for Mr. Trump, but who may not feel good about the direction of the country. For Opinion's latest focus group conducted earlier this month, we spoke with voters like this, people who cast their ballots for Trump and said they were disappointed with his second term. A few said they even regretted their votes. Some participants had been hopeful in 2024, but many of them felt that Mr. Trump was the lesser of two evils, guys. They felt that Mr. Trump was the lesser of two evils. The guy who committed an insurrection and lied about an election for 5 years, who bungled COVID, who grabbed him by the pussy, who fucking didn't accomplish anything the first time around, and they thought Trump was the lesser of two evils. Like, guys. Yo! Yeah, this is Political Punk. Yo, you need to get me the fuck off this planet, bro. Help! Help, bro! Goddamn, dude, get me off the planet now! Jesus. All right? That is like mind-blowing. Okay? Dude, and the alternative might have been not voting at all. Okay? Just think, if they had done the alternative and not voted, we would have avoided this. Social conservatives, anti-war Republicans, people with hopes about prices and taxes coming down or deep dissatisfaction with Democratic policies, their frustration mostly came in three categories: the implementation of Trump's immigration policies, the Iran war, and the continued high cost of living. People had praise for what Trump had done with the border, on crime, and the idea of Doge, but many of these voters are unhappy, some depressed and upset with the direction of the country. How do you talk about a situation you're disappointed about, or even a decision you regret, though, especially with people you might disagree? It can be difficult. Some participants said they were from families or communities where most people agreed with them, even if quietly. Others felt frustrated or embarrassed because they were from families where their Democratic relatives had predicted what would happen, or they had Trump-supporting friends or family members who did not want to hear their critique. Echoing the sentiments of several people, one participant said, "There's almost no space to even discuss." But let's look at these guys, okay? Here's our participants. All right, we have Alla, the white Republican portfolio manager, 51, from Alabama. We have Argenis, a 35-year-old Latino independent from Florida, right? We have Chris, 42, a white Republican electrician from Illinois. Daniel, a Latino, 41, from California. Francesca, 26, Washington, mixed race independent. John, a Maryland white Republican. Jose, 62, from Florida, Latino independent. Kitty, from Pennsylvania, 36-year-old Asian woman. Michelle, a 45-year-old Latina Republican from Maryland. Nancy, 55, from Arizona, a white independent. Nathan, 19-year-old black Republican from Oregon. And Pamela, 65-year-old white woman from Tennessee. So these are the 12, okay? And so Nathan said he's disappointed and sad. Kitty said she's disappointed and hopeful. Okay, Michelle, the Latina Republican, is concerned. Alla is worried. Jose is anxious. Pamela is frustrated. Daniel is annoyed. Argenis is discouraged. Chris, 42, is surprised and discouraged. Okay, right? Nancy from Arizona is concerned. John, 62, the white Republican's apathetic. And Francesca feels betrayed. Now, let's look at these guys, because I think when you read this fucking paragraphs here, you start realizing what our electorate struggles are. We don't vote for what we want. We vote against what scares us the most. The diaper dictator has better fear game. They, them, the others. Yeah, dude, Uncle F, that's true, boss. I mean, you're not wrong, dude, right? That often we don't vote for what we want. And I mean, it's complicated though, because we get manipulated by advertising money. We get manipulated by, personality, right? Somebody will see an engaging personality and think, oh, that guy's going to do a good job, but maybe they're not a good leader. Maybe they're just a good hustler, right? And yeah, no, I'll do the dance party. I forgot about that. My bad. Oops. There we go. There it is. Let's go. Let's go. All right. So here, you ready? So Kitty, 36-year-old Asian independent student from Pennsylvania, said, so much has happened. We're starting to see, we're getting disillusioned, and all these false promises are starting to be like, we know it for what it is now. Now that we know and we don't feel as naive or trusting, then we can properly create a path forward or going in better directions. Dude, Elf, let's go. Never dropped more than 25 in an election for a single person. Cut myself off outside my district. You're a terrible socialist. Dude, you are who you are, boss. Dude, keep being you, dude. All right? Dude, right? There's no fucking pressure. But guys, look at this. Okay? She's 36 years old. She's Asian and independent. And she said, now that we know and we don't feel as naive and trusting, but like, there's no way you can tell me you were naive in 2024? We had the insurrection. We had J6. We had the fucking lies for years about the election. We had the bungling of COVID. We had all the failed promises the first time around. I mean, dude, years of him just saying nasty shit about transgender people. Like, how could anybody been naive and trusting, especially an independent voter, a woman, grab him by the pussy, the adjudicated grape charges, the fucking right? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? The paying off Stormy Daniels, hiding the affairs, the ending of abortion rights, and you're telling me you still were naive and trusting? There's no fucking way. That is an electorate problem. I don't want to judge Kitty because I'm sure she, in her mind, she thought she was doing the right thing. But how the fuck? Well, I could understand naive and trusting in 2016. But even after the grab him by the pussy tape, I don't even understand beyond that. Like, that should have been the end of him. Or the making fun of the disabled person. Those things should have been the end of this guy. And here, after all of that, the lies about the election, she was still naive and trusting. Give me a fucking break. Good feeling. Won't you stay with me a little bit longer? Yes, Steph, let's go. Dude, LFG Pine Box Dance Party. Let's go, Ella. Dude, unfucking believable, guys. Just absolutely unbelievable. Okay? All right, so Chris, white Republican from Illinois, said life is becoming more and more unaffordable. The prices of things like gasoline and food overall haven't come down. I thought it all would just be a lot more affordable. But like, bro, why did he think that? You know what I mean? I mean, I know Trump said, oh, your electricity is going to be cut in half. But like, dude, Trump didn't even build the wall, dude. The motherfucker didn't even build the wall. How is he going to cut our electricity bills in half? Okay? You know, the guy couldn't even admit he lost the election. How is he going to fix our economy? And what's more, the reason why the economy sucked was we were recovering from a worldwide pandemic, man. All right. So, John... that was Chris. Now, John, a white Republican from Maryland, 62, said, I think the government is apathetic and not necessarily in tune with our concerns as citizens. But then I'm somewhat apathetic in that same regard because I'm just a guy. I vent with my friends. I vent with my family. In the scheme of things, is it going to move the needle? Probably not, but it's nice. So John, though, is a 62-year-old white man who's like, dude, he's fine, all right? Even when the prices go up, even when things get shitty, you know, he's like, he has the luxury of being apathetic, okay? Dude, Francesca said betrayed. She's 26-year-old mixed race independent from Washington. Dude, Illinois 14 represent. Let's go, Elf. Isn't that Kat Abu-Ghazawa's district? But dude, look at this shit. You ready? Francesca said, we were made a lot of promises during the election. I know that it's only been a year and a half, but I don't think I've really seen much progress toward even moving toward what he said he was going to do, such as tax breaks or, let's see, helping with the education system. I feel like he just defunded a lot of the education systems, the schools. I don't know why he made so many promises. Dude. Yo, Francesca. Yes, this is Political Punk. So I'm reading your little blurb here in the New York Times where you say that I feel like he just defunded a lot of education systems. You thought he was going to help with the education system. So can I ask you a question? Because during his entire campaign, he said he was going to fucking close down the Department of Education. Dude, what on earth? Sorry, I know. I'm sorry. I'm not yelling at you. I'm yelling through you. I apologize. I'm a little feisty here. But what on earth made you think he was going to help with the education system? He promised us health care in 2016, and 2 weeks. There's never been a health care plan, and he literally said he was going to defund the Department of Education in every fucking rally. Dude, I love you, but you're fucking fired. No more voting for you. All right? No. No, you're done. All right, bye-bye. Dude, what the fuck? She thought he was going to fund the education system, bro. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. All right. So you ready? Have you felt this way for the last year and change since Donald Trump has been in office? And she says, I think it is just, I guess, how it is. As I've grown up, it hasn't really gotten any better. It's hard to get a home. I've been in apartments for forever. I don't really see any hope for that kind of thing. Okay? And so I just see that. I don't know. I don't understand that. Like, the guy literally said, I'm going to defund the Department of Education. I'm closing down the Department of Education. I'm gutting the Department of Education. We're going to shut down the Department of Education. And he offered no scholastic plan whatsoever. And so, like, dude, your rep is Underwood, not Cat. Oh, okay. Got you. Let's go, Elf. Dude, what Illinois district was Cat in? What one was she in? Yeah, dude, I don't get it. All right, you ready? So look at this. So this is Daniel, a Latino independent from California. And he says, well, living in California, our governor, it's just all false promises. All these additional taxes that are coming out, money's not being well spent, just no accountability whatsoever. And with the current administration, it's something new every week. Doge, Venezuela, immigration, Iran. This week, the president's feuding with the Pope. I'm very disappointed, and I served in the military. There's a reason why I voted for Trump. Usually Republicans are pro-military, but this whole conflict with Iran is just uncalled for. But like, bro, okay, I get it. But like, okay, Trump is like pro-military, but like, dude, Trump, dude, like all Trump did the first term was fight. And then he insurrectioned the fucking Capitol, dude. He tried to overturn an election. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. And he literally said all immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, are vermin and rapists and murderers and shit. And Daniel, the Latino independent, was like, yeah, he doesn't really mean it. He likes the military. Dude, I don't get it. All right, so Nancy, white independent from Arizona, said, well, I'm an independent. Frankly, I just wasn't a fan of Kamala. It was the lesser of two evils. I could have written in somebody, but I felt like I had a better chance of a little hope with Trump. I was hoping that Congress and other branches would keep him in check and that he'd have better advisors and that maybe the second go around he'd learn some lessons, but it seems like it's just total chaos. But now, guys, after this guy did rallies every week for 4 years saying, like, hating on transgender people, making fun of people, brutally attacking people, like calling everybody rapists and vermin and using Hitler speak and like saying the nastiest shit and lying about the election, she thought he was going to learn some lessons. He didn't learn a lesson of like, you know, taking responsibility for the election he lost, but he was somehow going to get power again and learn this great lesson and become hunky-dory. When he was saying he would try to fix immigration, I was behind it, but then the way he did it, it's just not the way I agree with. Dude, Alla, he fucking called them, dude, she's from Alabama. He called them vermin. He said that every immigrant was like a rapist. He said that they should be hit. You know, like, what are you talking about? How ICE was treating people, this is not the way to do it. Jose, Latino independent man, said, I thought he'd learned his lesson. Was going to prove to everybody he learned from his mistakes and he was going to turn the country around and he was going to be a stellar president. Thank you, Marshall. But it's turned out to be a horror movie. I was so wrong with the vote for him. But again, dude, I don't understand this paragraph. I don't understand how a guy can lie about an election for 4 years. Lie. I won it. It was rigged. I won it. I won it. It was rigged. It was rigged. I lost all the court challenges, but it was rigged. They're lying. There was no insurrection. There's no Russian, no nothing. He did that for years, and this guy thought he learned his lesson. What did he do? Yeah, and he bankrupted a fucking casino. Dude, Elf, let's go. Sorry, Cat was running in the 9th, but I said the 8th. All right, well, I didn't see the 8th. I did see somebody say the 9th, but dude, that, mind-blowing, guys. Mind-blowing, okay? What are you pointing to when you say things have turned out to be a horror movie, and Jose says there's not one promise that he's made that he's followed through on? But guys, that he did the same thing the first election. Okay, in his first election, there was not one promise he made that he followed through on. Did he build the wall? Did Mexico pay for it? Did we get our health care plan? Did we get, increased minimum wage? Did he cut our taxes? No, didn't do any of that shit. None of that shit. We got none of it, right? Yeah, didn't Trump say, I am your retribution? Hold on, let's see. He did say that, didn't he? Let's see if we have a clip, dude. Here we go.
We don't have free press. We don't have free anything. In 2016, I declared, I am your voice. Today, I add, I am your warrior. I am your justice. And for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I am your retribution. Not gonna let me...
Yeah. Dude. Again, guys, we have an electorate problem. Okay? We have an electorate problem. Because look at this shit. Okay? Look at what Jose says. He says there's not one promise he's followed through on. He said we're not going to be in any wars. We have had wars. We're discriminating against anybody that looks different than us or believes in whatever religion or sexual preference. But like, dude, that was like the cornerstone of his fucking platform. Like, did this guy never once look at a piece of Trump media ever? Right? I don't watch the news anymore because I get depressed. Well, thank you, Jose. Thank you. Great. You fucking, what a fucking dude, right? I was hopeful. I thought he was the lesser of two evils. I voted for him the first time, too. I was hopeful that he had learned his lesson. But the thing that frustrates me the most is how he divides people. Oh, great. Yeah, and you voted for him again. Thank you, Pamela. Dude, the lesser of two evils, meaning he wasn't black, is what that means, guys. He wasn't black. Holy shit, bro. Dude. Yeah. So here's what they said. How would you grade Donald Trump's second term? Nobody raised a hand for A. Nobody raised a hand for B. Chris, 42, the white Republican from Illinois, gave him a C. Ella, Argenis, Daniel, Francesca, Kitty, Michelle, Natan, and Pamela all gave him a D. And John, Jose, and Nancy gave him an F. So the oldest people, except for white Pamela, all gave him an F. That's interesting, right? 2 independents and a Republican. All right, Natan said, I thought he was the lesser of two evils. I thought the second term would be a little better from the first. And the way the Democrats approach a lot of moral and social issues didn't agree with me. But prices are high as ever. Gas, anything consumer related is high with tariffs and everything. Dude, he told you he was doing the tariffs, you fucking dumbass. Bro. Yo, Natan, he told you he was doing the tariffs. What, you think the tariffs were going to make the prices go down? I mean, I'm sorry you disagree that, like, people should be able to pee without getting a genital check, but maybe you could have just left that alone, bro. Jesus, all right? Quit fucking around. Dude. The phone, bro. Dude, let's go. All right, guys. We got 14 minutes, 24 and 14, baby. Yeah, moral and social issues. Dude, what are the Democrats even on moral and social issues? That's propaganda, okay? The Democrats, right? That is propaganda where they say the Democrats are going to trans your kids or the Democrats are going to a bunch of men are going to take your daughter's sports trophies. Dude, that's bullshit. It is like bullshit lies. Oh, they're putting litter boxes in the schools. Oh, it's all bullshit. Dude, let's go Paula! Hey! Sakatara. Sakatara. Let's go, baby. All right. All right. All right. So Argenis said the whole idea behind Doge, I liked and I entertained that they're actually going to clean up some deficient parts of the government that do all this spending and uncover fraud. It was all very exciting at first. Wow, okay, we're actually shifting in some kind of interesting direction that I haven't really seen before, but to piggyback off a lot of what other folks said, and really it's my opinion too, but it's the fact a lot of the things that he said he was going to do has just kind of derailed. Dude, yeah. And he's very emotional with his decisions. There's a lot of uncertainty as a result. Like, bro, dude, this is not new, dude. The only thing about Dance Club is you don't talk about Dance Club. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Right? He promised a secure border. All right, so they're happy about that. I somewhat agree on the border comment, right? Part of what bothers me regarding that is the fact that it seems to be just one ethnicity type that's being targeted in regards to immigration. Oh, no shit. Dude, Michelle the Latina is like, wow, it seems that there's just one ethnicity that's being targeted. Dude, Michelle, bro, what the fuck, dude? He made up lies about Haitians eating the pets. He called like everybody from South America vermin and rats and rapists and murderers. Like, give me a break, okay? And she says he's been tough on crime, especially addressing cartels. Dude, he hasn't been tough on cartels. Give me a fucking break, dude. He let a bunch of cartel family members like have safety in America. There was a lot of crime and he did cut down on a lot of that. Guys, can I just tell you, I've not seen like a giant, I didn't see a giant spike in crime here in Oregon. Right, I know we got told, oh, there's so much more crime. I did not see, we did not see a noticeable increase in crime. I will say, during the pandemic, there was an increase in crime. Okay, there was. But I mean, dude, it's to be expected. Okay, there was like petty thefts and shit like that was going on, right? There absolutely was an increase because of the uncertainty, right? And that kind of shit, I think, happens when there's something like that, the pandemic, that there's like some petty thefts and shit like that. But frankly, I have not noticed I don't know. I've never felt unsafe here in Oregon. What I have noticed is the job market is like really, really bad. Okay. The job market is like really, really, really bad. It is really hard to find a job now. You know what I'm saying? It is really hard to find a job now. Like hard. Okay. And what's more, you ready? Hear me out on this. You know what's going to follow this period of it being really hard to find a job? Guess what's going to happen, guys? There's going to be a bump in crime. In like 1 year from now, there's going to be a noticeable increase in stealing, in theft, in fucking, drug sales, in fucking scamming online, crypto scams. Literally, you let the job market languish and there's going to be a bump in crime. The only thing that prevents a bump in crime is prosperity, guys. and we had finally achieved prosperity. Like we're enjoying the prosperity from the Biden administration getting us out of the pandemic. And now Trump has systematically tariffed and warred and raised the price of oil to double what it was 6 weeks ago. He is fucking gutted. Like jobs are, firing people left and right, conversion to AI. All of this shit is going on. And literally a year or two from now, there's going to be a significant increase in crime. Okay? Because people are poor, they're filled with uncertainty, and they're struggling, and they can't see any way to get out of it. And they're like criming like fucking crazy, man. All right. And dude, this guy said he did initiate the ending of the penny. Silly as that is, dude. Dude, John, the white Republican from Maryland, gave him credit for ending the penny. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Like literally, dude, that's the last thing. Bro, I would name one of my testicles after Charlie Kirk before I would be concerned about the fucking penny, dude. I'm serious. Dude, I would call my testicle fucking Chuck Kirk before I would worry about the penny. Literally travel between 4 cities to work. That's crazy, Alf. Oh my God. He initiated getting us out of the WHO and the Paris Climate Agreement. All right. I don't know why that's good. Okay. The Kennedy Center got a little bit of pushback, but he's doing it. So John says he kind of does what he wants almost without any repercussions. I mean, I don't like it, but he does what he says he's going to do, whether we like it or not. So John here is like, he does what he wants and he kind of rapes us and we love it. Dude, what the fuck, bro? He secured the border and slowed down immigration. They've advocated for more state choice on abortion. All right, so Natan is worried about abortion, right? Natan, like, dude, Natan, do you have a uterus, buddy? Jesus, dude. What the fuck, bro? Tariffs are really impacting me, especially at work. Yeah, no shit, Nancy. Dude, tariffs, like, bro, like literally everybody, dude, the tariffs were not a surprise, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just it, guys. This woman is like, tariffs are really impacting me, especially at work. But like, yo, you voted for tariffs. And did you think they weren't going to impact you? How did you run on tariffs and think they weren't going to impact you, right? And even though with just China, dude, 90% of our goods come from fucking China. Like, or have pieces that come from China. Like, dude, he was talking crazy shit too about how maybe we'll get rid of the fucking income tax and just have tariffs. Dude, Ella, let's go. Dude, let's go. All right, guys, we need 20 and 5. Let's go. Let's secure that dance party, baby. Dude, let's secure it. We got this. All right, we got this. We're coming in hot. Dude, we've had the fucking big donos tonight with fucking Elf. Thank you. Thank you, everybody that's been donating. Thank you, everybody like that has been supportive so we can do this every night. Like, it means a lot that we can do this every night. And, you know, that I've been able to not only do this, but I've been able to, like, help support Bryce, too. Which, it's his birthday. He's turning 21. And I just bought him a Tascam 8-track recorder for his birthday so he can record some music. So that's pretty exciting. But I've been able to, like, help him so he's, like, not been stressed. He's kind of like, you know, I mean, dude, he's been in New York, like, it's been, what has it been? It's been like 6 months and he hasn't gotten a job yet. Right? But he's looking. I figured he would not get a job until he was 21. Dude, I will take your money. But I appreciate it, though, guys. It's nice to be able to fucking... he is the traditional spelling, though, with an I. Okay? Just so you know. His is no Y. He's got the traditional old school spelling. But it is nice. Like, I appreciate the fact that I'm able to, like, help him out, you know? Dude, Tyler, let's go, boss. Thank you. I do. Because, like, guys, you ready? I know this sounds crazy, but hear me out on this philosophy, okay? He's 20. He's turning 21. I don't think 20-year-olds should have to work 60 hours a week, okay? I think 20-year-olds should be able to work as, like, little as possible and fucking be able to just sort of like sow their oats and fucking go out and explore the world and have a good time. And like, you know, I don't feel like they should be fucking, oh my God, I got to work 60 hours a week and I got to make sure I'm like building a nest egg. I think they should be playing, you know, when they're 20. And then your 30s is when you fucking get all serious. That's how I feel about it. I know not everybody feels that way. Dude, best wishes, Bryce, LFG. Let's go, Shin. Thank you, boss. Elf is killing it. This kind of sucks in comparison. No, it doesn't, Eli. Every little bit helps, boss. We appreciate you. You know, we love you, boss. Thanks for keeping us sane and radiant. Thank you, Ella. Thank you for keeping me sane. Right? You know, I think, you know, there's plenty of time for him to work a lot. And that doesn't mean, he's got to get a job. Okay, don't get me wrong. He can't be unemployed forever because I'm not independently wealthy, right? So he does have to get a job, but I feel like, you know, him going to this brand new city and getting acclimated and fucking getting a job he likes. Like, I did say to him when he moved there, I was like, get a job you fucking want to have. Get a job you like. Don't get a job that like you fucking hate and then you have to do it because you're in New York and it's so expensive there. Like, get a fucking job you like reasonably. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to have to do it. And so don't fucking sacrifice your, like, you know, day-to-day well-being. I need those sweet ooh dance parties. Let's go, Lady B. You know? But so, you know, you voted for 2 jobs. Dude, let's go. Dude, let's go. Baby Peach, let's go. Love the name. Oh, thank you, boss. All right, guys, a minute and a half. We need 15 in a minute and a half. You told your 20-year-old son the same thing? Yeah. Good. Dude, Elf, let's go. My parents helped me out with Juilliard, but I still had loans. Yes, though. Thank you, Elf. Dude, let's go. Dude, that's amazing. I love that you went to fucking Juilliard, dude. That's fucking incredible. You have to be skilled, boss. Let's go. All right, guys, 1 minute. 14 away, boss. 14 away, 1 minute. We're going to go a bonus minute if we don't make it, but I think we can make it. Let's go. We just need like 14 people to do 1 dono, and then we're done. Dude, that's easy. Easy peasy. Dude, Shin, let's go. Thank you, boss. Dude, Elf, you're crazy, dude. Dude, I love it, though, that they were able to help you, right? I mean, my parents helped me a little bit here and there, but mostly they couldn't. But there were some times, you know, when I first moved into the fraternity house at UCLA, they gave me $300 a month for like 6 months. And dude, I need that deja vu tonight. Let's go, make money. And then, dude, Limbies, Turtles it is. Let's go. All right, 20 seconds, guys. 12 away, baby. Dude, I'm gonna get the bonus minute ready. But they did, and there was a time when I broke up. I ended a relationship and I was really struggling. And I got my parents to send me a couple $100 for several months to get me back on my feet. Pine Box, Uncle F, and my mom, when she passed away in 2021, the sale of her house divided up among the children in my family. Dude, let's go, Jay. All right, here we go. We go in the bonus minute. All right, we're 9 away, guys. The sale of her house, that $20,000 that I got was what allowed me to make this channel, right? I lived off using the $20,000 to pay my car payment every month and pay my credit card minimum payments. And then I lived on credit cards for 2 years. And now, like, I'm out of debt. It took 2 years to get out of debt, but here we are, doing what I can do. Thank you, Crawling Wind. Let's go. All right, let me get the 1 minute timer. Here we go. So that is 1, 2, there's 3. Elf, here's for Subway Ride. Let's go. All right, 7 away, guys. Here's 7 away. People have to pay to live on this planet. Yeah, dude, it's like, I feel like that sucks, bro. Dude, let's go, Megan. Let's go 6 away. Thank you, Megan. Me again. Me again or Megan. I'm not sure which one it is. Maybe me again. Dude, Shin, let's go. 5 away. 5 away. Almost there. Dude, we got this. Oh. Dude, let's go. Bonus minute. I'm going to start it over. I'm going to reset it. We're 5 away, boss. I'm never give up philosophy. Here we go. The final 5. Dude, Elf, you are going crazy, bro. Cheers to being a dope dad. Let's go, Chief. Chief Grief. Let's go. Thank you, boss. Appreciate that. I try with the dad. I just, dude, Kim, let's go. 3 away, guys. Dude, when I was like 18 to like 20, I worked as little as possible. Okay. And from 21 to 25, I didn't even have a job. Dude, I just did side hustles while my girlfriend worked at the Olive Garden part-time. And we lived cheap and fucking hustled in Hollywood. So I'm like I've always been a work minimum kind of guy, I mean, I worked on my band, worked my ass off on shit that's important to me. It's just not so much about like slaving away at a job all the time. All right, 3 away, baby. Because I can and I always appreciate you, dude. Thank you, Elf. I appreciate you too, boss. Thank you. Fucking A, dude. Let's go. Don't know helium comes from Iran. Great Depression is on the way. Dude, yeah, there is 2 away, guys. I feel like a major recession is going to hit. Like there's going to be a major worldwide recession. All right, I'm going to leave the timer now. We're going to wait for those last 2. But dude, if you look at the Brent crude price, look at this shit. 112, guys. Look at that. It's the highest it's been. Okay? It's the highest it has been, guys. And look at where it was in fucking 2 months ago. It was at 64. It's almost double, bro. It's literally almost double. Right? Fucking A, dude. Isn't that crazy? Right? Isn't that nuts? Like, what the fuck are we doing, boss? What are we doing? You know what we're doing? You remember? Can I show you something, guys? Can I just show you? Look at this shit. Watch very carefully, okay? Dude, Eli, let's go, and Elf, let's go. There it is, dude. Elf won my internet today. Elf did. Can I get a 2 for 1? You can, boss. There it is, boss. Let's go, dude. We're gonna give you the Trumpy, and we're gonna give you a Paula. Sakatara. All right, what was I just talking about? I forgot what I was just talking about. I was about to look something up, and I was like, "Oh shit, I got to show you something." But my fucking party-addled brain forgot what were we talking about? We talked about Brent crude. We talked about, I had said something. Dude, what was I literally just talking about that? UAE left OPEC. We know that. Stock market. Shit, boss. There was something I was going to show you, something I was going to look up. No, we looked at the oil prices, right? Oh, I know what it was. You ready? Watch this. Okay? This was from the election. Hold on here. You ready? Watch this, guys. Right here. Look at this article. Trump pressed oil executives to give $1 billion for his campaign. Okay? This is an indictment of the system, but probably legal. One legal watchdog told Politico. So Trump asked oil industry executives to donate $1 billion to aid his campaign to retake the White House. Okay? Now, he was asking them for $1 billion, which meant there were going to be big returns. Okay? But look at what happened. Who, right now, there's only one industry that is seeing massive, massive returns. Okay? I think about this every day that we're in this war. I think about this, that like how he was going to the energy companies and saying, you got to help me defeat Kamala Harris. And now look at how they are making off, guys. Paula still hasn't responded to your proposal for marriage because you're an atheist. Yeah, dude, she's not going to give it to you. Dude, yeah. Dude, their profits are insane. Okay? Dude, yeah, no, they fucking gave it to him. They gave it to him, dude. He had so much money. He had fucking money. There were independent PACs that were, right? This money, even if it didn't get funneled into his campaign, there were so many PACs that were spreading misinformation and propaganda and shit and upending shit. Dude, unfucking believable. But I think about this article every single day, guys, because he went to war with Iran, and look at it. Dude, you know, that's the Brent crude, but like, here's our oil price. Ours is like $10 cheaper, right? But ours is $100 a barrel. Okay. And if you look at what ours was back in February, it was like 60, right? 60 in February, 55. So it's still nearly double. Okay. They're literally getting like almost 100% increase in profits. And yeah. And guys, you ready? This is why he's not worried about ending the war. Okay. He does not care if the war ends. He will sit in an impasse forever, okay? Because he doesn't care. He's out in 2 years. These oil companies are just shredding. They're raking in money, okay? And then if they rake in enough money, they'll help maybe pay for the elections, right? Dude, he loves people suffering. I think personally, guys, you ready for this? I mean, he hates the whole world, okay? So check it out, guys. He's literally like punishing Europe right now, okay? He is punishing every country that is suffering from this. He is punishing, okay? You know what I'm saying? This is fucking crazy. It's fucking unfucking believable, dude. Right? And now UAE drops out of OPEC, which is going to increase it even more. Dude, fucked up, bro. Unfucking believable, bro. Unbelievable. Dude, Iran's getting rich, too. Iran is getting rich. So gross, dude. All right, I'm done reading about the fucking Trump voters, okay? Right? And when you think about your vote, Nancy says regret. 9 people said they regret their vote. 9 out of the 12, okay, regret their vote. Dude, Michelle says, I feel foolish. In a family full of Democrats, I really stood my ground twice to defend my stance. Okay? I feel like time and time again, all of the things that they pointed out would happen have ended up happening. Dude! And I look dumb as hell believing in fairy tales and wishy-washy promises. Right? I feel like if Trump would have approached the country and the problems that the nation has been having as passionately as he had his personal vendettas against Biden, those before and after him, he would have been an amazing president. So she basically says, I feel like if Trump had just become a different person all of a sudden, if Trump had magically just disappeared into fairy dust, right? Like there's Trump, right? Oh, he just disappears into blue fairy dust and he gets replaced with a brand new person. If that had happened, oh my God, dude. Dude, look at this. Michelle says, watching Vance tell off Zelensky, I was horrified. It felt so bad for Zelensky. Like, dude, Trump is such a shitter, though. Dude, he is such a shitty human being. You know what I mean? Like these people are like, they watched him be a shitty human being and they still voted for him as a shitty human being. And then afterwards, they're like, wow, I'm just really surprised he was still a shitty human being after he had been a shitty human being for 78 years. I'm surprised that in his 79th year, he was still a shitty human being. I'm blown away. Dude, bro, seriously, get me off the planet. Dude, somebody get me off the planet now. Bro. Oh. Dude, look at this, though. Pamela, white Republican from Tennessee. I think this one, guys, this one is kind of significant. Okay? You ready? Because Pamela, a white Republican from Tennessee, 65, she said her family is mostly Republican. I grew up a strong Republican, but I noticed that people I knew to be conservative Republicans were starting to say, I think we made a huge mistake here. Dude, that's how I feel. I'm not embarrassed by anyone that is like, oh yeah, we told you this would happen. I'm not embarrassed by that. I'm embarrassed for a whole country that this is what we're dealing with daily now. Dude, well, you know what, Pamela? I'm embarrassed that you're so fucking dumb that you bought into this shit. Pretty sure you're a shitty human. I mean, guys, you ready? Newsflash for you, guys. We're all good humans and we're all shitty humans, okay? You know, I was having this discussion today with my massage therapist, and this is like the basis of my compassion is realizing that even when I look at somebody terrible like Trump, who is just a negative motherfucker, all of that negativity that's in him is like, it's in me too. I could be that awful, but I'm not. But I mean, it could. Everybody could. If you have the right fucking events happen to you and the right suffering, I mean, we all have the capacity to be horribly evil and terrible or murderers or whatever. And then like we choose to not. We choose to heal and to make better decisions. But all of the good and evil in the whole world is in all of us. You know, it really is, man. It's like the yin and the yang. That energy exists. It's just, you don't have to be that. You know what I'm saying? He chooses to be that way. You know, they say we're better than that, but maybe not everybody. I think it's like some people just choose, you know, they have some people like make fucking choose to let their negative shit rule them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, everybody though has negative shit. And some of it gets stirred up in the way you get abused or the way you get socialized or the way you grow up. And some of it is like your own internal proclivities. And it's all different. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I think anybody can be hateful and terrible given the right circumstances. And that's how I maintain a level of compassion, is realizing that, like, you know, I mean, even with me, right? I'm a really great guy now. But there were times when I was 20 that I was like, not a great human being, guys. That and some of it was, to be honest with you, some of it wasn't even me being a bad person. You know what it was? Some of it was me being really traumatized, and the ways that I had conditioned myself to survive my trauma were just manipulative and sort of like exploitative ways that harmed a lot of other people. And I didn't even realize it. But I think the minute I realized, ooh, I'm carrying a lot of trauma, then I started like doing something about it instead of just ignoring it. You know, being able to recognize is something some people don't have. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that though, because I know that, you know, it tends to think that like, yes, maybe some people can't recognize, but I think though, guys, you ready? Alf, I've made terrible mistakes like drinking, playing too many video games, but I figured my shit out eventually. Let's go, Alf. Thank you, boss. But I will say this, guys. I think you go through life and people say shit to you. Like, you're hurting me, or like, wow, that's really selfish of you, or like, wow, you're a fucking prick. And the question is, do we listen sometimes? Okay? And like for me, I always listen. I don't always take what I hear and action on it, but I do always listen. Okay? And if you know, if one person tells me I'm a prick, I'm not going to pay that much attention to it. But if a dozen people tell me I'm being a prick, I can pretty well be assured that I'm being a prick. You know what I mean? Like, you know, sometimes it's a numbers game, dude. There's a saying in AA, you know, if you go out and you encounter one asshole, right? Like, yeah, okay, maybe that person's just having a bad day. But if you go out all day and every person you encounter is being an asshole, you're the asshole, right? That's how it is, right? If you go out and all day long, everyone you run into is a total asshole, that's a sign that you're the asshole. Dude, you're right. Some people do like being a prick. Trump is a narcissistic sociopathic. No therapy, no better. Yeah. I mean, but guys, it's hard though, guys. You ready? Here's what's hard though, guys. And I'm not letting Trump off the hook because Trump is a bastard and he's a piece of shit. But my dad was a narcissist and a sociopath. And it's hard. It's hard being around narcissist sociopaths. Okay? Like my dad was. He was abusive and controlling and manipulative, and he relished in hurting you. And he could be the most charming motherfucker out there. And he would light up rooms and everybody loved to be around him. Everybody that didn't see his bad side. And then he was so charming with people that those same people would be like, how can you be mad at him? So like he created an environment where he charmed people so much that if I was mad at him, everybody would think I was an asshole. Like, and so it's really hard being around those people, you know? And yet though, like my dad, like he had some good qualities about him too. Like I got some wonderful things from the man, you know, but he was a narcissist and a sociopath. And my mom was a narcissist and she wasn't a sociopath, but she was so codependent that she would kill you with her codependence. Like I had to move away from her or I would have died of a drug overdose if I'd stayed in the same city as my mom. I literally moved to Portland to get away from my narcissistic mom because I knew that I could never get sober. She was going to kill me through her codependent, like caring for me while I was a drug addicted, you know? Yeah, May Money, I can only imagine. Like, I can't even imagine what it's like being a black person in America, much less a black woman. Like, oh my God. Dude, it is like, you know, like you look at this shit, May Money, and you see all the white people here who are so privileged that they're just like, oh yeah, whatever. You know, I thought he'd be better, but, you know, I don't know. He got rid of the penny, right? You know, and it's like, and literally there's like people of color are struggling so much, and the white guy's like, I'll give him credit for getting rid of the pain. Dude, like, bro, you know? I mean, exhausting, dude, to say the least. I can't even imagine. Dude, I can't even imagine. Because you know what I have seen, guys? What I have seen from people of color that I have known over the course of my life is I have seen some people of color be stellar at what they do. Like the most talented, the best, like so overperforming, and yet everywhere they go, people treat them like the only reason they got a job or got any opportunity was because they were a black person manipulating the system. Even though they were outshining everybody, they never would get an ounce of credit for actually fucking doing something. And right? Never. And it's like, bro, it is like so toxic. It is so toxic. And I mean, dude, Trump's entire regime was based on that, right? You know, black pilots and DEI, right? Dude, so fucking brutal, you know? Dude. And then, like, you know, it goes beyond that because it goes into social things, okay? If a black man raises his voice or a black woman raises his voice, people are like, whoa, like, you're being threatening. You're being aggressive, right? You're like, whoa, you're like proving us right. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa, dude. Like no latitude to have a full range of emotions or a reasonable like response defending themselves without fucking having some like grand judgment and perceived threat like applied to them. It's like, dude, I mean, it like breaks my heart to think about like what people go through on a day-to-day basis, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so shitty, dude. It's like so shitty. You know, it is so shitty. This is what we have. These are the pieces we have to pick up, you know? You know what I'm saying? But I have hope. I do. I have hope, man. I have hope. I don't know. I saw like, you know, I raised a kid and he, you know, like developed a compassion and an understanding and a like, I don't know, a barrier less. Thanks for acknowledging at the very least. Yeah, May Money, you're welcome. I wish I could do more. I wish I could like take some of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wish there was like, I don't know. I wish there was some type of process we could go through where like some of us could go and sign up to carry other people's burdens. You know what I mean? Like some of us that like, I don't know. I think it would be interesting to go and like carry some other people's weight for like a year or two, you know, where you could go and spend a year or two like carrying other people's social burden and like feel their pain and suffer through it for a while. Cause like, and then passing along, like to just ease, to like take on some of that energy and like try to convert it into something. I don't know. It would be an interesting world if that was possible. You'll be a white man for a bit. Dude, you get in there and start cracking skulls. Dude, you know? I mean, I don't know, man. You know? Yeah, is really confusing, you know, because like what my experience of, and I'm not going to go into a long story. I'm going to give you the abridged version, but I first moved from a town of 3,000 people in Wisconsin, a very small backwoods fucking town, 3,000 people, to Los Angeles. Right? There was nobody in that town of 3,000 people. Everybody in that town was white except one black guy who was married to a white woman who lived next door to us. My dad was friends with the black guy. He had a black daughter and a white daughter. They were my friends. So I grew up like being like good with the people of color in this extraordinarily racist town. and watching my dad get in fights like with Freddie defending him and like all kinds of crazy shit. But it was still, there was like, I was not affected by the racism and I was a clear majority in the power, right? Then we moved to LA and everybody like, oh my God, there were so many people of color. I had never seen Mexicans or Hondurans or fucking, right? You know what I'm saying? Or Persians or Armenians. Like there were just so many races. I went to a school that was like, had a whole bunch of Mexican kids. And I had this culture shock. Okay. I was in 3rd grade and I had a culture shock and I was like, I didn't fit in. I was like the tough skins wearing kid from Wisconsin. So I was kind of a hick. A lot of people made fun of me. I got a little terrorized until this kid from like a mining town in Pennsylvania, like a town of like 50 people. This guy Clinton moved to my school. And then everybody who harassed me started harassing Clinton. And I sort of like got left alone for a little bit. And I always wondered what happened to Clinton because they were like, he was really backwoods. And so he got a lot of abuse. But anyway, my parents switched schools and they moved to a place so I could go to school with my cousins. And that school was better because I knew my cousins, but I still got like sort of picked on because I was little and I was still a little backwoods. But like the black kids took me in 3rd grade, okay? And they protected me and they played with me and they fucking cared for me in a way that like made that 3rd grade like tolerable for me. And I was able to develop a lot of confidence and feel okay because of them. But you ready? Here's where it's mind blown, okay? Because they took care of me in 3rd grade before we were all like socialized, okay? Then I moved back to Wisconsin. Then I moved back to California. But by the time I was at UCLA, okay, and then I was surrounded again, there were not a lot of black students in Glendale. Okay, Glendale had a lot of Armenian students and a fair amount of Hispanic students, but there were not a lot of black students at my high school. Very few, okay, very few. Now, when I went to UCLA and I was in a school that was very mixed culturally, had a lot of black students, right, and especially in certain majors and the athletic program, right? But there were a lot of black people, right, like in the UCLA fabric, okay? Especially, the football games, the events, because of the athletes. There was definitely a vibrant black community, black fraternities, like a big, vibrant black community. But by the time I re-immersed with black people as an adult, they didn't trust me. Okay. But it was like, I understood it a little bit. I understand it more now, but it was a little confusing then when I re-immersed with the black community after we had been socialized and after we had grown up. I was like the fucking untrustable white guy. And it was like a little heartbreaking because it was so different. How like, man, I wish we could have just stayed like 3rd graders forever, right? But it was understandable though. By the time they got to UCLA, there had been a lifetime of them getting shit on by fucking white men, It is systemic, and it was really interesting though, because so there's a restaurant, okay, called Fat Burger. All right. And Fat Burger was like, I don't know what it was, but in the 80s, the Fat Burger, there was a Fat Burger in Westwood, and that was my favorite fucking burger joint. And it was also, for whatever reason, it had a large black clientele at Fat Burger, okay, in the 80s. And it was the one place where I would go there to get a burger, and I would be like sometimes the only white guy in the fucking burger joint, and it was like, I don't know, that was one place where at like 2 a.m, I'd be in there, and when it was just me alone, it was a little different when I was in an environment where it was like predominantly black people and it was just me. there was more of a like that caring vibe was more back then. It was, you know, it was like if it was me and a group of fraternity brothers and there were only a couple people of color, they were like, fuck you guys. But like, I don't know, man. It's just our society is broken, you know, like we're broken. And I hope there can be a fix. And now I've come to understand, like, there's a good reason why they like didn't trust me. And there's a good reason why, like, you know, there's tensions, like it's understood, you know, but it's weird how we get socialized, you know, there's been progress compared to, you know, the 50s. Sure. Right. And there has been progress, but like, there could be more, man. I mean, look at what we're doing with Trump. Look at what we're doing, guys. There's progress, but there's also like backsliding, you know? Right? You know, but man, you and Kamala Harris were born in the same hospital. Let's go. But, you know, no shoes, pink hair. I didn't have no shoes and pink hair in college. In college, I was a frat boy. I had a short Ricky Schroeder haircut. Okay. Like I'll show you what I looked like in college, guys. You ready? You're going to have to envision this, but I'll show you the haircut I had. It was like a side part. Okay. Okay. My haircut in fucking, right. My haircut in college was basically like this. I looked like this in college. Okay. Like this right here. That's kind of how I looked in college, but it was a little more sculpted. But I mean, you can kind of see the resemblance to me and this guy. But this, oh my God, dude, this was what I looked like in college. But I wore side out sport volleyball t-shirts and shorts because I was in a fraternity and I wore fraternity letters. But that's pretty much what I looked like. Oh, there it is. Like that, dude. That was the haircut. That was the haircut that I could do. This was pretty much me in fucking college. You ready? Let me show you. Hold on. I'm going to show you a picture. Hold on, guys. I have a picture. All right. You ready? Let me find it. This was high school before. Let me see. Let me see if I can find one. Oh, here it is. There it is. There I am, dude. Oh, there it is. That was like 19, right? And there I am with one of my good friends. This right here is one of the half brothers who abused me when I was a kid, that like kind of took care of me as an adult. I didn't know he had abused me at that time, right? He was just my half brother, but we were getting drunk and playing cards together. I think I was like 19, right? You know, that was me. Got the left ear pierced, right? This was post aerospace engineer. So this was aerospace engineer, guys. This is my senior photo. Okay, that's my senior photo when I was going to UCLA to be an aerospace engineer. Right? That was me. And right? And I have another weird photo, but there's me. That was championship swimmer me taking a photograph in a Speedo. Okay? I was fucking kind of yoked in my own way, dude. This was me as a junior, I think. Right? I had a six-pack, right? Fucking, like, I was fast, dude. I had that six-pack until like 10 years ago. But my mom wanted me to take a picture in my fucking goggles and shit. She wanted some fucking photo. This was like CIF whatever, right? So that was me. That was me as a senior, and this was me after a year of being in the fraternity, right? But there you go. And you ready? Not to be outdone while we're going through. Here's me when I was bald. Oh, shit. Dude, that's me when I was, after I shaved off the dreads. That was me, bald, when I fucking shaved it all off. Oh, shit. Dude, I was like 22, 23, right? This was when I was a drug addict, okay? At this point, I was I was still a drug addict. Long sleeves, always, okay? Right? Long sleeves, always. That was at my mom's house, all right? Let me see what else we got here. Okay, here was a picture of me when Bryce was a baby on a little electric motorcycle at a house we lived in. It's me and Bryce when he was little. All right, that was funny. There's me dressed up as Kiss with some makeup. Dude, my sister's doing my hair. This was like, I was pretty young. I think this was probably 3rd grade, something like that, right? But I had a thing about Kiss, and my sisters used to paint on me sometimes with makeup and lipstick and do my hair up, and I would play in front of a mirror with a tennis racket to Kiss, pretending like I was playing rock and roll. There's another one of me looking like Gene Simmons, all badass with my Amazing Spider-Man pajamas. Dude, the future rock and roller, right? Oh, dude, I had all the Kiss albums. Dude, let's go. There we go. Here, I had a perm briefly in 9th grade. Regrettable. But I had a crush on a girl who was a preppy, so I became a preppy for a little while. But I had fucking some really ugly glasses and a perm in 9th grade. I survived that. We don't try to do too much of that, right? Here's me when I was like little with the love tanks, the tank shooting love, right? There we go. Little fucking, I was a little towhead for a while. All right, you ready to see something funny? Okay, so 1976 was the bicentennial, okay? It was a huge deal, guys, okay? I lived in a town of 3,000 people, okay? We had the county fairgrounds, though, were in my town. So during the summer, the county fair would be there, okay? But during that summer, county fair, we had a huge parade for the bicentennial in 1976. You got to decorate your bike, and everybody was in the parade, okay? My parents let me decorate my bike however I wanted. Every single kid, and guys, there were hundreds. There may have been 1,000 because of the county fair. Every kid in Walworth County in this parade had a red, white, and blue bike, except me. I decorated mine like the army. I had a green. I had it decorated with green. I was wearing an army jacket that was like my dad's and a helmet, and I had an M16 around my back. I was the only green bike, the only bike that was not red, white, and blue in that whole fucking parade, dude. There was everybody red, white, and blue, and I was fucking green, dude, because I did what I like. You know what I'm saying? I fucking did my fucking version, and I didn't give a shit. And my parents let me. They never said you have to do red, white, and blue. Like everyone's going to be red, white, and blue. They're like, you want to do this? All right, let's go. That was me. My mom could never take a picture that wasn't blurry. But there we go. There we go. There was me getting my arrow of light. I was a fucking Cub Scout. I was a highly decorated Cub Scout. I did get the arrow of light. I don't remember what grade that was in. That was sometime in grade school. And here is me the first time we moved to California. This was 3rd grade, right? That was me. My dad took a picture. The reason why I'm standing like that is my dad took a picture. And so I went and did the exact same pose that my dad did. But yeah, I was like an achiever. Okay. So I was like getting the arrow of light and like I did that shit like self-motivated. I joined my own sports teams. I like my parents were alcoholics, but they kind of let me do whatever I want. So if I wanted to join shit, I could do it. So there you go. There's a little around the bend. You got to see some photos and shit. There's one more of me with some Star Wars toys. And like, I always like taking pictures with my toys. I don't know why. Was I in 4-H? I was not. I'll give you a rundown what I did. So like I said, my parents wouldn't put me in shit, but they wouldn't prevent me from doing anything. So I played baseball, slow pitch baseball in 3rd and 4th grade, and I did Cub Scouts. Then I got the arrow of light. Then I did fast pitch baseball in 6th grade. I did basketball in 5th grade. In 7th grade, I ran track. I did cross country and tennis and bowling in 8th grade. Then in 9th grade, I was on the football team and I did track and field. I was a pole vaulter. In 10th grade, I played water polo. And then I started swimming in 10th grade. And then I gave everything up but swimming. And then I swam on 2 swim teams, my high school and the Glendale YMCA through high school until I got in a motorcycle accident my senior year. And so I did kind of all of it. Like I tried it all, man. You know what I'm saying? I had a very variety. I've had a wide variety experience, you know? But all right, you ready? I have one more picture, guys. This one is like 2nd grade. Okay. And I look really scared. You see how scared I am? Okay. So my dad was a force you kind of guy. So we went to North Carolina. I had some godparents that lived by Fontana Dam in North Carolina, like out in the woods. Okay. They lived like way out in the woods. And we went to visit them. Okay. And they took us up into the Appalachian or the Smoky Mountains where like 2 people that had no electricity and shit that played banjos and moonshine. My mom got hammered on moonshine. But anyway, on the way to North Carolina, we stopped at this side of the road. They had like dinosaurs and shit. Okay. On the side of the road. It was like a little amusement park, but not really. It was small. It had a bunch of plastic dinosaurs. You could go take pictures and there were caves in there. And they forced me, my dad forced me to get in the fucking cave and take the picture. I was so scared. There's another one that I have somewhere that's like a devil. And he made me go stand next to the devil. And my dad was pretty ruthless. If I was scared of something, I was not allowed to be scared. Like for instance, they put me in swimming lessons and I was really scared of the water. And my dad found out that I was scared of the water and I wouldn't back float. And so he took me to the pool and he literally threw me into the 13-foot section of the pool and left me to fucking paddle. And then eventually he kind of like threw a fucking like a metal pole out there, and then I grabbed it and then he pulled it away and he forced me to like get to the side. He did that shit. Now there's pluses and minuses, okay? Because did I grow up fearless in a way? Yes, I did. Okay. By 2nd grade, I was diving off the high dive. And so I grew up fearless, but I resented him. And I fucking hated him for that. Hated him. And I grew up as a person that like was very shut off emotionally. Okay. I was very traumatized by that. So I had a fearlessness combined with a deep sense of pain that made me like kind of dangerous in a way. I was dangerous, like to myself when I was, 18, because I would like ride a motorcycle like through red lights and shit. I was like recklessly fearless because I was hurt and I was fearless. And that's just it. Like that old school way makes you a wounded, fearless person, and it kind of makes you dangerous in a way. And so like did his parents, his parents were fucked up. Dude, my dad's parents, like they beat him and they gave him away. Like he got given away because he was a problem child, and he went to jail and reform schools. And one time he broke out of a foster home where he was being abused, and he went home, and his parents like called the cops and they put him in jail. He went home because he was being abused, and they turned him over to the police. Like his parents hated him. And so it was pretty complicated, his upbringing. Like his dad was like, it was crazy too, because his dad was really mean to him. And like, I fucking, when I was little in like fucking grade school, I didn't like the way my dad's dad treated him. And I used to defend my dad, and I would get in my grandpa's face, and I would get in trouble. My mom would like, and I would be like, why are you not standing up for dad? I used to stand up to him because his dad was a fucking prick. And I didn't like him. And so I would like be like, don't talk about my fucking dad that way. I would like voice it up. I was a little bit of a feisty, like get in your face kind of kid at times. And not with my peers, but in adult situations, I was very brave and bold and forthcoming. I was a little more reserved with my peers where I was trying to fit in, but I could be vocal. I was, I could talk pretty well. Thank God I have broken the generational curse. Now, let me tell you this, guys. Okay, let me just tell you, being a parent, I did not raise my kid that way. I did not like raise him where I like, I did not throw my kid into the mix. And in fact, there were times where I let Bryce avoid shit that he was afraid of. And now he's like on his own, figuring out how to challenge fear on his own terms. He's very honest. And let me just tell you, like, one of the things that I did, I was talking about this today, but if you're a parent, you've been a parent, here's one major thing I did that was different. So in my house, we got like caustically punished for like lying. Lying was like the ultimate sin. And we got brutally punished for lying. And as a result, we all just became really good fucking liars. Okay? We became really like, I was the fucking king of liars. Okay? I was the king of liars because I had to be in order to survive my upbringing. Okay? Now, with my son, I never punished him for lying. Ever. I never punished him for lying. And what I would do is when I thought he was lying, I would ask him questions and probe, and I would get it to the point of where he would admit he was lying. And then I would not punish him, but I would be like, yeah, no, I get it. Like, we do lie sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still lie sometimes, right? There are certain situations where I'm going to lie. Everybody does. Lying just happens sometimes. Jenny might ask me a question where, or somebody might ask me a question where me telling them the truth would be harmful, and I don't need to tell them the truth, and I may lie. And so what I did was I taught him to like discern that, like, yeah, we do lie, but like there is like real world consequences for the lie. And then eventually what would happen is he would like, as an adult, he would tell me a lie, and like 15 minutes later, he would be like, Dad, I was just lying right there. And I don't know why I was lying, but here's actually what happened. And so what I did was I taught him the like, I don't know. I just didn't like teach him to be a good liar. Okay. I didn't teach him to be a good liar, right? You said you never forgave your parents. They lied about Santa Claus. You know what? I didn't lie about Santa Claus, guys. I did not. I told him from the very beginning that Santa Claus is not actual, like parents are lying to their kids to like, yes, I told him the truth about Santa Claus. He like pretended, you know what I'm saying? His mother did the Santa Claus thing, but I told him that like Santa Claus is something that we create and we all pretend to believe in it, but it's not actually true. It is this thing. I didn't give him the original Santa Claus lie. I did not. I told him the truth about it, right? I don't know if that ruined it or whatever, but I was truthful because I was really disillusioned with my parents about the Santa Claus thing too. So I told him the truth about Santa, that this is something we all agree to pretend in because it's charming and commercializes the holiday and shit. But you know, I mean, he's still got a present from Santa, right? But like we told him the truth. You know, I was very truthful with him. I was. You know, I was. But I found that like just in general, I didn't ever really punish guys. I mean, I did for a little bit. We tried like taking shit away, but very early on, my son taught me that if I take his shit away, he will just learn to live without it. And so what I did was I let him have natural consequences for his behavior for the most part. And then I supported him while he learned the lessons of his own decision making, and not with everything. There were certain ways where I like was insistent, but I did try to do it very differently. But you know what, guys? He has his own issues. Okay. He just has different issues than I did. But I will say this though. You ready? So the thing about him is he's got issues. We've got issues. There are ways that he feels like I've let him down as a parent. Okay. There are, like, we have plenty of hot button issues between us, but the one thing I will say about him is he is not like wildly emotionally damaged. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is able to even be out there. He makes many smart decisions. He makes some bad ones for sure, but he's not like making a whole bunch of decisions out of like trauma. You know what I'm saying? And he's not like, you know, he's not like actively like, you know, I don't know. He's far less wounded than I was, you know, and I certainly never hit him. And, you know, I mostly never punished him. You know, there was hardly any, like, I can't really remember. There were a couple times I yelled at him, and I used to grit my teeth, and he told me that made him feel like I was going to hit him. So I eventually stopped gritting my teeth too. And I definitely yelled at him sometimes. And like one time I threw his science book on the ground out of frustration of him not doing well in science. But I never, like, for the most part, there was no punishment. I just let him have his natural consequences. And you know, because I don't believe in punishment. I think punishment is like, it just embitters, you know, creates bitterness, and like, you can't really do it in a way that is like equitable. I think black moms will give you a look that will cover you. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. That's one thing that I did learn, that like what I didn't realize is how much power I had as a parent. Like I can look at my son with a certain type of disappointment that just fucking crushes his world. And so I like, I don't know. I didn't realize I had so much power. But what I taught him though, you know what I did teach him? I taught him that like he can, I made our relationship where he could fucking like tell me off and stand up to me. And if he could argue his point with clarity, he could even change the laws of the house. But I gave him latitude. Like you said, you got in trouble for talking back. He was allowed to talk back to me. But he, he wasn't supposed to talk back to other people, right? But he could talk back to me, right? He could. And I gave him a lot of leeway where like, you should show respect to the outer world, but here, like, let me have it. You know what I'm saying? Because I love you. And I'm here to teach you how to stand up for yourself. And so here you have the leeway. Like with me, you can talk back. You can fucking tell me to fuck off. And that's fine. Like here you're safe to like express that type of shit. But out there, you do have to be respectful. Like, but I gave him the latitude here so he wouldn't go do it out there, And I don't know if that was good or not. I don't know. But like, I think it was good. I'm proud of him. I like who he's become, but I don't know. I did it very differently because my dad was like a talk back, don't you talk back kind of guy. And so I would push that. And sometimes I would push it until he would hit me. But it was like, it was crazy though, guys. Can I just tell you? Because like my dad was a hitter, okay? And so when he would hit, he would not want you to cry. And if you cried, he would hit you harder. But you know what I noticed though, guys, is when my dad hit me, it hurt him, okay? It did. And in fact, I believed that if he hit me, and I cried and he hit me harder, I believed it was hurting him more. So I just had my emotional experience and then I walked away from it, like seeing in his eyes that he was like fucked up. And I would walk away from it like, fuck you, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm hurt, but I can tell you're like really fucking hurt, And like, I don't know, man. So I was like, fuck you, I'll take the pain, because I could see he was like traumatized, It is a lose-lose situation, but I believe though that I believe the abusers like suffer a more profound, like, I don't know what it is. Like even with the half brothers who SA'd me when I was a kid, I eventually went to EMDR, got therapy, I healed it, I confronted them. And I could see though that like they were more profoundly damaged, and fuck them, dude. Like, they should get help. And I don't know how many other people they hurt, but like after the experience, given the choice, if I could roll back the clock again and I had to pick between being the abuser and the abused, I would choose the abused. Because I feel like I had a better chance of like healing it. And I feel like the abusers, like they were more damaged, man. They were more fucking damaged. I was able to like heal that shit. And I think some of them, they're just not coming back. They're never coming back, and fuck them. Right? I came back. Right? So, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I'd rather be the abused. I would. I'd rather be the abused because the abused have a better chance of healing, and the abusers are like, they're kind of fucked, man. If you become the abuser, like, it's like you can't, you know what I'm saying? The wooden spoons. Ooh, that's rough. Dude, I got the belt. I resented that shit though, the physical violence, right? Like once my parents hit me, like I was done with them. I was done with them. Like at that point, like, you know, it was like with my parents, like they once they hit me, I felt like they broke a contract that, like, I mean, I still, whatever, I love them. I whatever did my shit, but like there was a certain type of caring for them and a respect for them that was like gone forever. And they never got it back, you know, because it was just, for me, that felt like an uncrossable line, that like just a complete violation that, you know, there was a type of trust that they never got after that. They broke a trust that they only got so close to me after that for my whole life, you know, and I'm okay with that. I feel like it was the right decision. You know what I'm saying? I was never going to let them in after that. You know, that just felt like a complete breach of trust. Right? Dude, I don't know. And maybe it's just my reaction to it, but to me, it was like, you know, it was an unforgivable, you know, it was just like a broken contract that, you know, you know, and it's not even about unforgivable. Because it's not like, you know, because I don't hold a resentment. I don't hate them. I don't have an animosity. But there was like, from the very beginning, it was like there was a certain type of trust that they were just never going to get because they had violated me in that way. And so they got a certain type of trust, and I still loved them, and I still like sought their approval in a certain way. But there was a type of trust that, because I was a good kid, you know what I mean? I was like an impeccable kid, straight A student, never really did shit wrong. But there was a fucking, I felt like there was a type of like a clause in our relationship that I believed their job was to nurture and protect me. And once they hit me, and because it wasn't even about me, they hit me when they were frustrated, guys. That's just it. Okay. And this is the dirty thing. I mean, I have awards here. I went on to work for a foundation that seeks still to make hitting of kids illegal in America. They're still working on it. I worked on this. I spent years working on this work and the 50-year Texas study, and working with top psychologists that study, you know, physical punishment in relationships and what happens when you dysregulate a kid's brain by spanking them at age 3 and all that. I like spent years immersed in that. Okay. And what I discovered is that there's like a like, it's like there's just a fucking, there's like a contract that a nurturing contract that gets broken. There's like an emotional dysregulation that happens that like affects everybody differently, but it is like inescapable, you know what I'm saying? It is inescapable. I know in Europe is way ahead on this. You know what I'm saying? There is a fucking, you know, and I get what I was saying. I remember I had forgotten my point. My point was about the parents' reaction. So the thing is parents say that they're doing it to discipline the kid, to teach them discipline, to teach them how to behave and all this shit, right? But it is always inconsistent, guys, because what you learn, what I saw as a kid and what was then verified by like 50 years of research when I started working for the foundations and winning those awards, is when parents hit their kids, when it actually happens is when the parent has lost control. It is about the parent being unable to manage the situation, and they now feel like this is the only way they can get control or get things back on track. It is never about the kid's behavior, which is why it is a wildly it is wildly unpredictable, okay? Because, you know, I could spill a tiny thing one day and get the belt, and I could do a big thing wrong and not get the belt, because the belt was not about my behavior. It was about my parents' level of whether they were in control or felt like they couldn't do anything else to manage control over the situation. And that's what makes it so harmful, is because it is never meted out. The parents think they're doing it with consistency, but they are not. They never are. And that's why it's so damaging, because the parent hits the kid when they have lost control and feel like they just can't. They're so scared or so worried, or the thing the kid did has made them filled, right, with so much fear that their reaction is to exercise this incredibly like visceral and all-consuming controlling of like to get the message across that, you know, you must comply now. But it is about the parent's emotional condition. And as a kid, I could actually see that. I felt like I was very tapped into that from the youngest age of like, whoa, what is going on with you? Even before I knew I was processing that. But then as an adult, like when I got involved in the research, you see that it's really about that. It's hard. You know, it's hard. It's hard. And then you mix in things like alcohol and trauma and drugs and a bad like domestic relationship, and it can get very unpredictable. And then it gets complicated because if there's multiple kids, you may have an older brother or sister who then steps in and misbehaves to take the brunt of the punishment to prevent it from the other kids getting hit and shit. You know what I'm saying? Right? To explain why white kids be running around amok. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to explain that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to explain that. I mean, I think, you know, my general tendency is that like kids should be running around amok. I mean, I think, you know, I can't really explain like why some kids did it or some kids didn't. I mean, with me, when I was in a restaurant, I paid attention to my kid and interacted with him. So like I would occupy him. But I think in general, kids are supposed to be amok. That's just like their energy. Like expecting kids to stop squirming and comply is a little bit unreasonable. Like, you know, and I think my guess would be that the kids that ran around amok, maybe they didn't get a lot of good emotional connection from their parents. Because I think though, this is it though, guys, when you forge an emotional connection with your kids, and if you meet your kids' emotional needs, they don't need to, like, they don't get out of control. You don't have to control your kid when you meet their needs emotionally. I mean, you can threaten them and like restrict them and control them through force, right? Or you can just meet their emotional needs and treat them like individuals. And for the most part, you never have to control them. And then sometimes they may get a little rambunctious, and you understand that like that happens. They get a little manic, they get too much sugar, some shit goes haywire, and like you deal with those situations. But I think like I never really had to control my kid because he controlled himself, because he didn't need to, like, you know, I don't know, a lot of his emotional needs were met. You know, it doesn't work in real life. I don't know. It worked in my life, you know, it did. But I paid a lot of attention to my kid too. Right. You know, I will say this, guys. You ready? Love this stream. Dedication to the Democratic Party. Way behind listening. Thank you, boss. Let's go, Anya. Let me say one more thing, guys, though. You ready? And I'm a firm believer in this, though, guys. You ready? Here's the thing. If your kid is acting out at age 5, I believe that, like, age 1 and 2 created that. Like, right? Like it starts in the womb, okay? It does. Like, it started in the womb. I played music and read to my kid and shit when he was in the womb. And then when he was a baby, every time he cried, he got attention, okay? I never put him down to cry himself to sleep in the crib, ever, okay? Never. Like, no, man, I fucking put him in a stroller and I went and walked miles out in the fucking night air until he fell asleep. And then I quietly put him into the fucking crib, okay? I met every fucking need, okay? You know what I'm saying? He was an only child, which made that possible, but he never, anytime he got emotional, I responded for his whole life. And I still do. Okay? Fucking, there was never a time that kid got emotional that I did not respond to it. I mean, even to a fault. Sometimes Jenny would get fucking mad at me about that. But that's what I did. I don't know if it was right. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's wrong, but I did that always. And like, a lot of people warned me about the way he was going to be when he was a teenager. And I like enjoyed his teen years. I don't know. I mean, he was a little rebellious, but he got a lot of room to be rebellious. And you know, I gave him space to be shit like that, you know, but maybe I was just lucky. And, you know, maybe it would have been different if I had more kids, you know, and like, but I don't know. My experience though, was that I always met him emotionally with a wide latitude, and he was allowed to be a kid, which meant like, if he got a little rambunctious and broke something, he didn't get yelled at because like, dude, you know, kids get a little rambunctious and break something. We tried to learn a lesson from like how he felt about breaking it. Was he disappointed in himself? Was he worried about me being disappointed in him? Was I disappointed in him? How did that make him feel? Was I exacerbating how he was beating himself up? Or what was your experience of this thing? Because like, you know, shit happens. You know what I mean? Go get a switch. Yeah, no, there was never that instance. And I mean, but there were other things though, where I didn't feed tantrums. Like I remember we went into a grocery store once and there were a bunch of Halloween costumes, and he already had a Halloween costume that he had picked out himself. And we went to great length to get him a Halloween costume. And then we went into the Fred Meyer one day and he saw all these Halloween costumes and he fucking was like all of a sudden gonna create a public scene about like he wanting a Halloween costume, and he toyed with like having a temper tantrum in the store. And what I did was I very calmly got down on one knee, so I was eye to eye with him, and I said, here's the deal. I'm like, I can see that you are having a profound emotional experience right now. It's like really big emotions, and that is okay. And I have to let you know that the emotions you're experiencing right now are not going to influence me to get you another Halloween costume. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go right over there, right, by those fucking things, by those toys, and I'm going to sit there and I'm going to wait for you to like process your emotions. And you can do whatever you need to do, but I am going to let you figure this one out on your own. And I will be waiting over there for you when you're done. And like, whatever you do now, if you like, if it overwhelms you and you melt down, I'm not going to punish you. You can do whatever you want, but I am going to let you figure this one out. And I'm going to go over there. And he just sort of like processed it and looked around and considered his thing and felt all these emotions and went through this whole experience for like a minute. And then he came over and like, we just looked at toys, and it was like it had never happened. And that was like the one and only time there was like a tantrumy sort of public scenario, you know? And it was like, but I acknowledged it. I acknowledged like what he was going through, but you know, so it was things like that. You know what I'm saying? It was shit like that, you know? But somebody said, I want to address a couple questions here. Somebody said, so are you concerned about Bryce having discernment and not too empathetic? So like, I don't know what that means. I don't worry about somebody being too empathetic. I will say this, okay? I will say this. I am an addict, okay? If you look at the cycle of human beings, there's a yin and a yang, guys. There are people that are addicts and there are people that are codependents, okay? That's really it. There's two main types of personalities. One type of person is the addict, and they're more likely to run people over, and other people are codependent, and they're more likely to put other people's needs ahead of their own. Okay? I will say that I think Bryce has more of a codependent struggle than an addict struggle. I was the full-blown addict. Jenny, my partner, is more of a codependent. So we are both, but you tend toward one or the other. And so the addicts are more likely to step on other people's feelings, and the codependent types are more likely to be a caretaker. So Bryce is a little bit more likely to be a caretaker than a step on other people's feelings. But if he hadn't been more likely to be a caretaker, he would have been more addictive, more likely to step on other people's feelings. So you're going to have one or the other. So no, I don't worry about him being more empathetic. He is well aware of what codependence is and what it looks like. We've talked about it, as well as addiction and shit. And he knows about 12 steps, Al-Anon, him being the son of an alcoholic. And so he's well versed in all of the tools. And so, but he's got to go figure that out on his own. Like, we all have to figure out how to navigate our stuff, you know? And so I just let him know that there are tools, but no, I don't like I will say this. You ready? I will say that he's watched me for his whole life, and his mom was very smart and very resourceful and very like caring and empathetic. And so he had some really good role models. He had Jenny as a stepmom, who's a very powerful woman who also has, like, you know, taught him a lot about empathy and feelings and shit like that. And I've seen things too where me and Jenny would get in a fight and Bryce would be able to listen to Jenny afterwards in a way that made her feel like she wasn't alone. And no, his mom's still alive. And so I don't really have worries about him. Like, you know, he's young. He's figuring shit out. He's got a lot of life experience to learn from. But for the most part, I don't worry about him. I invest in him because I believe he's like truly spectacular. And as soon as he puts the fucking, you know what I'm saying? As soon as he like puts like, you know, like I feel like he is a very capable guy that just needs a whole bunch of life experience, you know, like all of us. But yeah, I don't worry about him, you know, right? Like my father and Leo, and my mom is a Capricorn. All right, let's go. Dude, my dad was a Capricorn and my mom was a Leo. Let's go. Dude, but yeah, no, I fucking believe in him. I do. I believe in him. And there was something that was really interesting too, right? Because I'm going to tell you a story, little one. I hope this isn't too embarrassing for him. But so you ready for this? So when I got famous playing Fortnite, the first thing I did was I bought like a $40,000 like hybrid sports car that was like sunroof and like fast and a hybrid. And so it's like good for the environment, but it is like pretty fucking fast. Okay, it is. And when Bryce got his license, okay, he was nervous about driving alone for the first time. And that was one way that I did force him, where one day he was going to his girlfriend's house and she lived in a place that had a really narrow, like freakishly dangerous, like back driveway where there were any turning around back there or backing out of it was crazy. Like it'd be really easy to crash in that crazy driveway. And I forced him to take my $40,000 sports car, like, I don't know, a couple days after he passed his test, right? Or after he finished the driving school. I forced him to take my $40,000 sports car, and then I let him have the keys anytime he wanted to. And he was like, that profoundly affected him, because that's when he realized, like, wow, you really have confidence in me, right? Like, I know how you feel about this car, and you're just like, here you go, right? And that was big. That was a big moment for him, was like, because there was no fear. It was like, dude, go, take this, go, right? And so I think that's like, I think there's things like that are, where you show, right? You know what I'm saying? Where you show people, like, because I think, right? I think, guys, and this is not even about kids. This is about me and Jenny and your relationships with your girlfriend or your friends. There is telling people I believe in you, and there is showing people you believe in them, okay? Like telling my son I believe in him while I then micromanage everything he does. Nah, that's not it. Showing my son I believe in him is like, here's the keys to the sports car, go. Or when he moves to New York and I'm just like, yeah, here's a credit card. You get to fill it up every month. I don't care what you spend it on. I'm going to pay for this card. Here's how I'm going to help you. And you go live it up, right? And then like, if he like hasn't gotten a job, I'm not like, when are you getting a job? What's going on? What are you doing? Because I believe he's going to figure it out. If he takes a year and spends all his money and spends some of my money, I know he's going to figure it out. You know what I mean? And so I just give him the room to figure it out instead of like I got to fix this for you, right? Because you we do need space to breathe, right? Europeans have similar issues of abuse, even at 26 years old in Sweden. People can't romanticize. Let's go. I think like, and guys, it's hard, okay? It is hard. It's not easy to do that shit, to like let it, like me learning to not get involved because I am like a micromanager. I am a super like, the most ambitious person you'll ever meet who achieves every goal he ever sets for himself. So me not creating goals for my kid and then managing his achievement of them was like, it was hard. I was not good at that in the beginning. I expected him to be like me, and then he fell short a lot, and then he felt like I didn't believe in him, and I like had to dig my way out of that hole, right? I think it's hard. I think telling people you believe in them and actually believing in them are two very different things. You know what I mean? It's true, guys. Like, and I don't think we always know the difference there. Because we like to tell people, yeah, I believe in you, but we actually don't believe in them when we're saying it. And then they get really confused because you're telling them you believe in them, but you don't really believe in them, and they can feel that you don't believe in them. And so I think figuring that shit out is really hard. Like, because really believing in someone is about just letting them go and letting them figure it out and knowing that they're going to figure it out. You just know. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, like you just know. It's like, there's not I don't know. It's hard. That's a hard one, just in general, but all right. Oh shit, dude, we got into a crazy tangent. I mean, it wasn't really a big news day. So I don't know, maybe you guys needed this. I definitely need this sometimes. You shouldn't need to say much. Yeah, I don't see, like, what I'm at now, guys, is like I said, like my kid moved to New York. Johnny, can you be my surrogate father? Dude, Johnny, Elf wants you to be a surrogate father, right? Was this healing? Good. And Ella, I saw you say something about EMDR. I think it was you, Ella. I have to say this, guys. I'm going to go on record right now and say that I found EMDR to be the most profound, life-changing thing like ever. I cannot recommend it enough. I think if the whole world did EMDR, you may have to find the right therapist. You may go to a therapist and it doesn't take. You have to find a therapist that you really trust, that you really connect with and feel safe with. But EMDR was, you know, like EMDR was profound, right? It was profound. It was so like, dude, like I cannot recommend it enough. You say how you're confused. How was it you wind up doing drugs from such a straight and narrow path? Are you talking to me, Talia, about drugs? Because like, I just want to say about me and drugs was this, okay? I was a 4.2 GPA student. I was a championship swimmer. I was wounded, though. I was socially awkward. I didn't feel like I fit in ever in school, but I was an achiever. The teachers loved me. My parents loved me. My parents talked. The teachers said the greatest things about me. But what happened with me is I was going to be a walk-on swimmer at UCLA. I wasn't quite good enough to get a scholarship. And so I was going to be a walk-on. And then in my senior year, I broke my wrist and collarbone, got in a motorcycle accident, and they put me in the kiddie pool to rehab. And I had a mental breakdown. And swimming was my life. It was like I was good at it. It was a large part of my identity. And I quit, okay? I quit because I couldn't handle coming back from an injury and my parents couldn't help me navigate, okay? And so what happened was I quit and I was broken inside quitting. And I started going to parties, started wanting to have a social life. And then one night I got drunk at a party and people threw me in a pool and everybody was laughing at me, but it didn't hurt. I was in this pool and everyone was laughing at me, but I was drunk and there was no pain of the laughing. And that was the first minute that substances kind of got the hooks in me. And I swore them off for like 6 months. But what they did was when I got drunk and people hurt me, I couldn't feel the pain. And then eventually, like when I went off to college, I didn't know how to be an adult. I was in a controlling family. I didn't know how to make my own decisions. I didn't have anybody to call at home to help me. And once I went out into the adult world, I began spiraling then. And eventually the addiction and the substances occupied more and more of my life. And then pretty soon I was like shooting speed a couple of years later. And I had dropped out of school and I had quit college to play rock and roll because I liked doing drugs and I knew rock and roll, you could do drugs. So I found a vocation that allowed my habit. And eventually I got good enough as an artist that I found my way to sobriety. But it was, you know, like I was always damaged. I just hid my damage by overachievement. And that's really what a lot of kids do. A lot of kids are like straight A's, championship, this, that, and the other, but inside they are fucking wrecked. And they don't figure that out until they make it to the #1 draft pick at the NFL, and then they become a drug addict, right? I mean, it's like, you know, it's just sometimes you hide. And that was the thing that was so confusing is my kid was not an overachiever like me. And so I thought he wasn't okay. Like, dude, you got to be an overachiever. And he was like, no, Dad, like you're an overachiever because you're fucked up, Dad. Like I'm just a regular achiever because I'm like good. I don't need to overachieve. I'm not running from anything, Dad. You know, and like if you look, I mean, guys, I hate to say this, but if you look at wildly successful people, they're usually really fucked up. It is usually the people that are super fucking damaged that go out and have to become like incredibly successful, right? Because it's like you cover that that pain or that whatever. You're like, that's what I've been doing. I mean, I am an incredibly ambitious overachiever, but it's because I was so damaged. You know? Right? Dude, so there you go. That's it. That's my story. I hope that was good for you. Sometimes we just need this shit, you know? But you know what's so funny, guys? You ready for this? So me and Jenny came from very different households. I am from a working class household, okay? Right? I am from my family, like all working class people, lower class, poor, okay? On welfare, shit like that, right? No education. Okay, my dad never even went to high school. My mom got a GED when she was like 40. Jenny's family, her grandfather worked for Lyndon Johnson. Okay, her grandfather was an economist that worked for in the Johnson administration. Her family is like upper class, the like long history of government and fucking, you know, engineers, all very wealthy. But like what's crazy is like she and I were both overachievers and profoundly fucked up, both of us, in very different ways. I was profoundly fucked up with physical and sexual abuse. She was profoundly fucked up from being from this wealthy, powerful family where no emotions were allowed. And it's crazy that like, you know, she has like these really crazy big emotions that were too much for her, like well-to-do, very appearances, you know, being proper, you know, we're in government, honey, type family. But like for me, I saw her big emotions and I'm like, yeah, no, I see you. That's cool. I'm not afraid of that shit. And that's how we work. Like, cause I can see her full range of emotions, you know? And it's crazy because sometimes those big sort of like more proper, well-to-do, very polished families are like the kids are not allowed to have any emotions. And it really fucks them up, dude. Most musicians are very messed up. Dude, yeah, no, they are. They are. I think what it is I think wounded people go into the arts, right? Because that's how you take that pain and you go create something, right? But yeah, dude, so it's interesting because when I met Jenny, she was married to a guy her parents loved. And now they were married for like 7 years when I met her. And then she left him. And now she's with a guy that her parents don't love. I mean, they don't hate me, but they don't love me. They don't. They don't like my confrontational personality and the way I speak up and challenge their demand for people to just be quiet. You know, they have issues in the fact that I think I could run for Congress if I want. And they're like, you don't just run for Congress. I'm like, hey man, if I want to run for Congress, I'm going to run and I'm going to fucking win. So like, whatever, right? They don't like my, like, you know, because I'm a lower class guy who like thinks he can do whatever. But it's interesting how like she's way better off with me. Like she was emotionally starving with her first husband. And we're not married, you know, because she didn't want to be married, but you know what I mean? But no, but they don't hate me. Like they don't hate me. But her, like, it just sometimes I'll tell them off, right? Like the last time her dad was here, I told him off in a pretty like, I mean, I was right in the things I was saying, but it was a little hard for him to process that I would tell him how it is. And like, you know, and it was like some parenting advice or whatever that he did not want to take. But like, dude, and everyone, Jenny and Bryce were like, God damn, dude, you told him off. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I think it was a little harsh. I was a little harsh there. Like, I didn't have to be quite as harsh. But like, so there are things like that I don't think they appreciate because they were very like no conflict. Okay. They were like no conflict. And I am like dude, if you're stepping on my boundaries, like we're having conflict. And that doesn't mean we have to be yelling at each other or whatever, but like you're not gonna fucking, you know, like erase my boundaries and expect that there's not going to be conflict. Okay? If you start trampling on my boundaries, we are gonna have conflict and we're gonna work it out. And I will not like be silent about it. And so that's like, you know, that is sometimes causes a little bit of ruffles. You know, there are some members of her family. I think her parents, like, you know, her mom and I get along, and her dad and I do get along sometimes. Sometimes we don't. But they don't like the fact that I will, you know, have the conflict. And there are certain other members of their family that are like uncles and shit that really like don't like the fact that I will have the conflict, you know, and yeah, feel the need to protect the ones. Yeah. Well, see, mine is not like that. I have never once spoken for Jenny, right? Yeah. No, I've never done that. You know what I mean? And I know sometimes like, I don't do that though. I don't speak for Jenny. I don't protect her. It's not like that. Like when I interact with them, it's about me and us, or you know, in the thing, like the thing that happened with Jenny's father was really about, you know, there's, you know, another kid in their family, somebody they adopted who is like a really amazing kid, but like not really a college type kid. She's more like a tattoo artist kid or more like a TikTok star kid. And he's wanting her to be like a straight A college student like Jenny was. And that's making it so she's always failing in their eyes. And I just finally had heard enough of that and was like, God damn, you need to wake the fuck up. And you need to realize that she can be wildly successful, but she's not going to be a fucking straight A student like Jenny. She's going to be like a TikTok star, or she's going to be like a tattoo artist, or she's going to be something like that. But she's, you know, getting her to go to college and get straight A's. You're going to be disappointed in her forever, and you're fucking her life up. You need to fucking back the fuck off and wake the fuck up and actually see who she is. And so shut the fuck up around this shit around me. I'm tired of listening to you talk about your disappointment, because that's on you. That's you, a you problem. And everyone was like, whoa, what the fuck? But dude, I just let it out, bro. Because it's true. It's like some people are just not going to be doctors. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean they couldn't be like a famous TikTok star or a fucking Instagram model or something, right? There's so many ways they could be a YouTuber, or like, you don't have to go to college. You know, not everybody has to go to college and get straight A's. Dude, Bryce decided not to go to college. I wanted him to go because I wanted him to have the experience of being a college kid. But now, instead of him going to the dorms or whatever and being in college, what did he do? He moved to New York City. But I'm treating it like college, where I'm like, dude, I'll pay for everything, man. I don't care. You just go have a collegiate experience. But dude, he's learning how to become a man in the biggest fucking city in America. That is like going to college. And he'll figure shit out. He'll be like, you know, maybe he goes to college later, or maybe he becomes a YouTuber, becomes a musician or whatever. I don't know. But like, dude, he's in New York City. He's getting an education, you know? You know what I mean? And so like, you know, I don't know. Like, that's my thing is like, let them, you know, not everybody's going to go to college, right? You know, but I do. Here's what I said to Bryce, though. You ready? The last time I talked to him, I told him how proud I was that he wasn't just living here, right? Like, he could have stayed here living in our house, or he could have like gotten an apartment in Portland where his parents were, and he could have gotten a job, and he could have done whatever. But he like forewent that safety to go to this brand new huge fucking city alone. He'd never even been there. He moved with a girlfriend to just be like, fuck it, dude. I'm going to go to the Big Apple. at first he was scared and wasn't going to do it. And I'm like, that's fine. And then he's like, no, he's like, I don't want to wonder what it would have been like if I didn't go. So he just packed up a moving truck and went to New York City. And I'm like, dude, that's cool. Like, I respect the hell out of that, you know, because he's like, you know, like brave as shit, you know, to go to this huge environment and like figure it out. That's balls, guys. More balls than I had. I went to UCLA so I could stay living at my parents' house. I got accepted to Berkeley. I never even went there because I was too afraid to fucking make that move. Dude, he made that move, you know? So I feel like, dude, I'm proud of his ass, you know, real proud of that. No matter what happens, dude, like, you know, but, you know, is it going to take a couple years? Sure. Nobody's going to go to New York City and just in 1 year be like, oh, I've got it all figured out. Give me a fucking break, man. You know what I mean? But, dude, your daughter moved to New York too at 18. Let's go. Dude, I love it. I love it. I'm like so excited. You know, I am. And then he said that, you know, I think now he might stay there for a couple of years, but he's also thinking about moving to LA at some point too. And I told him too, like, yeah, if you ever want to get set up in LA, I'll help you get there too. Like, I'm totally down with that. You know what I mean? But all right, I'm going to go make some videos though, guys. Dude, thank you for like going on that journey with me. I feel like it's good therapy for me too, guys, you know, cause I mean, it's still like being an empty nester and like, you know, adjusting to Bryce being gone has been hard. It's been hard. I've been more like staying out of his shit. Like I've been kind of like not, you know, there are many times I want to text him that I don't text him because I'm like giving him space, but I am financially helping him and I love it. I do. I love that I'm able to do it. And thank you guys. Like this channel is really helping me be able to do that. Like being able to fucking help him like just go explore New York City is amazing, you know, and like we're not rich, but you know, he's surviving and he's not like stressed out about where he's going to get his next meal from. And that's because of like you guys, you know, I appreciate that. That's like really helpful. I hope you're getting some sort of payback for all the support, you know, because like, dude, I don't know, man. Like it's this, I don't know. Life is pretty crazy, guys. You know what I'm saying? It is pretty crazy. And I will say this, man, I feel like I have lived many lives, you know, like many fucking lives. And, you know, no matter what happens from here on out, whether I have 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, or 30 years, like I feel like, you know, even with all the heartbreak and the abuse I went through as a kid, like, you know, I've been pretty lucky. I feel like I've had so many people help me, you know, like sometimes fucking strangers help me. Did you miss Zorro? No, we never got to Zorro. We got onto a family like therapy discussion. You know what I mean? Like I've like had so many people help me. Jenny and I've had discussions about this where I like, you know, I'm pouring a lot of help into like her and Bryce and sometimes I help other people too, but like I just feel like I have been, you know, I have had so many people fucking, you know, like extend me a hand when I really needed it, that like I feel like I've seen the graciousness of strangers like a lot, which is why I think as we come out of the Trump years and like I'm going to say this, don't hate me for this, but I want to be on the forefront of trying to integrate like fucking people who get ravaged by Trump and genuinely want to be better people. Like I want to help facilitate those transitions of like, you know, realizing that sometimes we, choose the toxic one, and sometimes we get ravaged and we can become better people, you know what I mean? And so I do believe at some point, and I don't know if it's going to be me running for Congress and people asking me about all my crazy tweets and all my acerbic, energy that I have met Trump with, and how, being willing to let some of that go and move beyond that and extend olive branches and meet people where they are, that maybe I'm going to have to run for office and fucking, experience that differently than just shredding them on Twitter. I don't know. But I do feel like we, in the post-Trump, whatever, post-MAGA world, we're going to need healers. You know what I'm saying? We're going to need healers, guys. Right? We are. We're gonna need we're gonna need warriors to knock out Trump and shit. But I don't think Trumpian figures of leftism will be the answer. We're going to need some people that are ready to let's heal. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna go first. I've been shitty. I've been aggressive. I've been, I've shredded MAGA and I shredded Trump, and I believe I was right because I believe he was a toxic force, but he's gone now. And now we need to heal and we need to come together as a diverse population that's going to help make the whole globe a better place. And I feel like we're going to need some leaders like that are willing to fucking, come at it from a point of let's heal, Don't want people to hate black people anymore. System. Yeah. May Money. We're going to work on that shit. Okay. We are going to work on that shit. I promise you, I'm always going to be trying to work on that healing, that systemic shit. And I think what it is some of the systems need to go. Okay. We need to systemically, erase the whiteboard, guys, and fucking start writing some new equations. You know what I'm saying? Which is why, it starts with education. I think we need a new education system, okay, that is centered around media literacy and multitasking and compassionate learning at different speeds and helping people at a slower speed learn, becoming more about pulling other people up by the bootstraps instead of trying to outshine everybody and be number one. We do need a social change of stopping revering the number one and start looking for the number 100 and pulling them closer to the number 50, right? We need a fundamental change of extend a ladder and help people climb it, as opposed to fuck everybody, I'm going to get to the top of the ladder and then we're all going to bow down before them, right? So I don't know how we get there though, guys. I think this, you ready? I've said this before, and I'm going to finish on my final thought. Okay. And my final thought is that the biggest political change we need, guys, is we need to go local. Okay. And I see what Serene says, teach our babies right. I think it's a little bit even more local than that, because you don't really teach your babies. You think you teach them, but no, they watch you. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to go very local, which means each one of us needs to do the healing work to try and unravel our own personal trauma and our own generational trauma. Every one of us that has been traumatized, we need to get in therapy, get in EMDR, get in yoga, get in whatever modality we can. And if each one of us heals our own trauma, our own, forget about healing your kids, forget about teaching your kids, you heal your own shit, and then you see your kids for who they are and just participate in their life as a healed person. you start healing your generational trauma. If every one of us does that type of local politicking, the world as a whole is going to change in profound ways. But it really starts with each one of us healing our own individual generational trauma. And the generational trauma is different. Black people have different generational trauma than white people. Poor people have different generational trauma than rich people. Italians have different than Germans. Black people in Africa have different than black people in America. You know, like there's religious generational trauma and racial and gender and sexual identity and community and fucking state and city and fucking tribe, and you know what I mean? And we all have like 20 different kinds of generational trauma to unravel that is all unique to our own experience. And I think if we dig into all of those and we all just do a little bit of work so local, like in ourselves, that is how you do the most profound change of all, is it's local, means it's me, okay? I heal me, I heal the world, okay? I heal me, I heal you. I heal me, I heal my neighbor. I heal me, I heal my kid. I heal me, I heal Gaza. I heal me, I heal fucking, Africa. I mean, I shit you not. It's like, it works, okay? It works. It works. I'm telling you. That, I believe in that, guys. I would fucking, if somebody said, would you put your life on it? I would put my head on the guillotine believing that is the way. And I think I would come out of it with my head. All right. I shit you not. I'm telling you, I believe that's our path. Okay. That's where it starts. Right? All right. You ready? You ready to dance? Now we're going to dance. Now I'm going to get all sexy and dance all fucking sexy or not, or I'm going to look like a weird old dude with funky hand motions. Whatevs. Dude, thank you, Anya. United everyone under Democratic Party. Let's go. Appreciate it. Thank you, Anya. We love you, boss. Thank you to everybody for all the support tonight. Thank you for Elf. Dude, Elfinator for being crazy. Thank you, guys. I know tonight was like a therapy session. And let me just tell you guys, if you're new to the stream, I know some people may have left because, they only want the politics and shit. But I will say this. When there's slow news nights, there's going to be therapy streams. And it's therapy for me too. And I think this is what separates me from other political streamers is sometimes we need this. And especially under Trump and this shit, we may need a lot of this. And, dude, there have been so many nights I've had with my son where we're working through some shit, or me and Jenny are working through some shit. And maybe I only get one video made that day because I'm in a 4-hour conversation. But sometimes you just need to work through that shit. We're all so wounded. We're all so wounded, guys. Yeah, I think it has to happen when it happens. Dude, let's gig from Oakland, go 18 dummy E, let's go! Dude, I think it just happens when it happens, right? We are Suit Up Sundays are coming, guys. I've been real lazy about Suit Up Sundays, and I'm sorry about that. My transition to trying to get on a regular schedule and get on an earlier stream has not gone as well as I thought it would. I'm still trying to start at 8:30 or 9, and I've been really bad about that. So I'm discombobulated, but I'm working on it. All right. Disciplined regularity is something I've always had a real problem with. I bring the in the moment. I have the stories and the healing, and I have all kinds of good shit, but being disciplined and being regular, is like hard, you know? Make your healing yourself speeches short. I will, Laura. I think that'll be a good one. It's hard. I'm not good at discipline, guys. I'm not. All right? I'm good at fucking chaos and inspiration. Oh, all right. I will, Laura. I will. I'm going to do it. I'm going to make that a short. All right. You ready? I'm disciplined though. I mean, I am disciplined though, but I'm not as disciplined as I'd like to be. Right? I'm really hard on myself too. All right, here we go, guys. Let's get a little deja vu. Love you guys. Thank you for all the support. Again, I am humbled by this fucking journey we share. Let's go. Oh! You know I do. I love you. Thank you for your support. I will fucking see you tomorrow. I'm gonna go try to make sense of that video. You guys take care of yourself. Big, big love. Good night.